goals, shooting into his goal. So this is going to be very, very good. I really want to see that BeastBianchi can win this match.
All
I
right,
really
well,
hope
that
this.
is the prediction coming in from the analyst desk. Now it is going to be game time, so let's quickly throw it to the casters and get this game started.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We do have a FIFA game on our hands tonight with Metronome taking on Julio the Beast Bianchi. Sneh, are you excited for this one, sir?
I'm hyped. You know, if you told me at the very beginning of all of this that this would be a matchup to look forward to, I would have said, yes, you know, this would be like well, number one versus number three or something. But this is not circumstances where I'm used to seeing players of this caliber competing, right? So we are now at the lower end of this bracket. And I think one of the complications is that these two players are actually exactly even in terms of their standings, but not in a good way, right? Two losses apiece, a draw apiece, and only a single victory. Now, if you'd be saying, especially after their first performances from both of them, you were like, okay, there's some good potential coming out of them going forth here in the UMZANSI League, but it hasn't really panned out that way. So I'm kind of hoping that this is going to be one of them deciding to sort of break through, or maybe both of them being like, come on, this makes no sense. Players like us can't be at this low point in the bracket, right?
Yeah, I mean, Julio the Beast Bianchi is the guy you picked as your favorite for this tournament. A guy I rated very highly coming in. I thought him and Riyasar are definitely looking like the two top players coming into this Umzansi Esports League. But he hasn't looked his usual clinical self, you know. I mean, he had a really tough game against Divak, our number one player on the log last week, where it looked to me that Julio was the better player at times in the first leg. And he was kind of hard done by hitting the crossbar and such. But the fact that Divak managed to get the win there is a bit surprising for me. I think Julio, he just doesn't have, you know, usually when Julio starts scoring, right, he scores that one, he scores two, he scores three. You know, it's not odd to see him win 5-6, but he hasn't had that kind of momentum so far in the UMZANSI League. Today might be his day, he finds that stride, but Metronome not going to give him anything for free, Snare.
Nope, definitely not. Every victory that you gain here in the UMZANSI League has to be hard fought for every single step of the way. So we are going to start seeing that fight right now, the Liverpool mirror match. We've become accustomed to seeing this. No surprises at this point. And we already see some deep play in the box, but we haven't seen that many early goals since, unless it's been B scoring them. But in this instance, he's not going to be able to do so. And Metronome back on the ball right now. So what do you think right now? We were hearing Phoenix earlier on talking about the aggression that Julio is able to usually display, but hasn't been working out for him. Do you think he's going to adjust his strategy here up against Metronome?
Beautiful pass here from Wasim. Metronome in a decent position, but he's going to run the ball out of the pitch. I do think Julio's going to come in with the usual aggressive play style. Will be showing his flair as always. Julio, you know what I expect when you see him, right? Relentless level of pressure when you play the Beast. That nickname is not just a nickname. It's a story to come. So now I have unfortunate news for you. Last week on Sunday you weren't here with me, but we actually saw France from both players in both games. So they know you're back and they picked the Liverpool this time.
They had me, you know. They were just debating me, like, hey man, come back, see some French action, but you're not going to have to see that. There might be, no, I thought there might be a nice pass threat to Salah, but they're not able to get there on the side for Metronome. Now immediately we see end-to-end play coming in from the Beast. Is he going to be able to fight himself across? He's going to hold up the ball a little bit, passing it through nicely into the middle of the box, but might have held it up a little bit too long. We see Metronome has had time to reformulate his defense. It's going to be much harder to break down. He still has the ball. Firmino unable to get the pass through though, and the defense does end up breaking that attack down.
So last week, the Battle of Titans between Divak and Julio was quite an interesting one to see, because I feel a lot of times like Divak was showing so much respect to Julio that he was trying to play like 3 steps ahead on his attack. So he was making moves that you wouldn't ordinarily make, but he's making it because he thinks Julio would read his usual moves, which kind of caught him a few times. And it seems that Wasim's kind of doing the similar thing on offense this time as well. But now Julio in the driving seat here, in a decent place. Wijnaldum running through the middle, but he's going to get tackled, and Metronome going to get possession of the ball now.
Yeah, Metronome does seem to actually be reading out a lot of these plays in advance positioning quite well. He looks like he's going to be employing a strategy of hard counter-attacking. We've seen them adopt this throughout the league itself, but in a game like this, it's much more important, especially up against a player this relentless. And unfortunately, because we have seen Julio lose, we've also seen that he has been vulnerable to counterattacks. So hopefully that doesn't happen for him too much in this matchup, or at least for his fans, you know. I'm wearing a GG jacket right now, so hashtag not biased. We get into the box right now. Firmino might be able to get a ball through, but no, well defended. Look at Metronome. As soon as the pass comes through, immediately stacking up defenders on back, and he is prepared for this. I don't think he minds as much as Julio to wait things out for a single solitary goal opportunity to come out. Even look at how he's playing this aggressively. He's passing very carefully, very methodically, Will he be able to get the dribbles through? Yes, he does. He's there. The shot a bit too far away. But it is
I
a
like the
corner
way
kick here,
he's playing
KJ.
right now. He's got a lot of composure through his passing. He's controlling the midfield well. Playing this corner slower than usual, but I like what I see so far. I think when you play against Julio, it's very important to try get the first goal. Like, if you can get that, I feel you give yourself a much better chance because, again, once you go behind against Julio, he is one of those players that he's never happy with just one goal, right? He always goes for the second, the third. And when you have the chance where you can get caught on the counter by Julio, it becomes a very dangerous situation. So we've seen him doing a good job of keeping the pressure up so far. Hasn't got his goal just yet, but he's in okay position. But now I say that Julio has a chance. He goes for the shot, but the save coming out just in time from Alisson. That was so much power on Julio's shot there from Sadio Mane.
That was a really nice save. The power came out. It might have been a goal, but fortunately, the positioning was there for the keeper. Wait, I think he missed a second of opportunity. There was a sliver of a chance for maybe a pass to get threaded through. Unfortunately, it's going to end up rather with the play being broken down. That's kind of unfortunate because I think Metronome, like you mentioned, he really wants to make sure that he gets the first goal, but also he wants to be able to frustrate Julio not being able to get his own one. So the Beast himself, he's going to start wearing heavily on himself like, hey, man, we need these goals. What's going on right now? I don't want to be winning with just 1 or 2 goals. It needs to be 3 or 4. And he's being denied that opportunity quite handily right now. And as much as he spent a lot of time here attacking in the final third, it doesn't actually feel like he's been able to develop anything significant outside of like that one shot, which was saved quite well. But beyond that, it does seem like Metronome is handling quite well on the defensive end here against the Beast.
Can he get an opportunity to score here, though? He pushed quite high up in the pitch, but Julio's backline doing a good job so far. Almost lost the ball there, but now he will retain the possession, finally.
We have now the Beast. He did an opportunity here, Salah, getting deep into the box. Is this going to be the final chance he's going to be able to make this happen? He's looking for the pass through, does manage to get it off, but the last second tackle, just pushing away the attacking player, ensuring that there's no possibility of getting the shot through. Definitely saved the goal because the Beast was in there. He's not done just yet, though. Reclaims possession. He's back inside now. Can he get this pass through? Mane, not in open space just yet, so he's forced to hold it up with Fabinho, but now he has a little bit of space to be able to run things forward. He's being very slow with this, but his indecision gets taken advantage of by Metronome, who dispossesses him and forces the first half whistle to blow.
Bit of a wasted opportunity, I feel, there from Julio, who got the ball really cheaply with it seems defensive error from Metronome's defensive error. I think he could have done more there in that last place. Should have at least made the keeper work a bit with the shots I would have liked to see, but it is what it is. We're going to go in to the second half of this match at 0-0. Still everything tied up.
Yeah, there's not really much to play for between the two of them. We haven't actually seen all that much between them, right? It's not been convincing in either direction. It could still go either way, but I don't know if you feel the same thing, but it doesn't feel as high tempo as I would feel it could be between these players. Feels like there's a little bit of spark. I kind of feel like a goal in either direction might ignite some of the drama that's needed. It kind of feels like, some of these championship situations where you're in the final match, everyone's playing super conservatively, more afraid to lose than to just try and go for the win. So we kind of need something to happen to give some players the inspiration here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Champions League final last weekend where I felt like if PSG got 1 goal in, I think the match would have been a high.
Yeah. Wow. That was pretty rough. He was trying to make some dribbles happen, immediately get dispossessed, and now the Beast, is this an opportunity for the man? I don't think he's going to be able to make this happen, though. Instantly, we were talking about this in the first half, but Metronome already back defensively. This has yet to deter the Beast, generally, to try and attack through anyway. He's here with the dribbles, Firmino inside the box, but not going to be able to walk past Virgil van Dijk all that easily. But nonetheless, the pass does come back into Salah, but the back pass to Fabinho, I feel like that could have been a shot opportunity. But he second guesses himself, and as a result, Metronome back in possession right now, trying to dribble himself up into the pitch and into an attacking area. The Beast back in the middle of the pitch, doing what he needs to do at this point in the game. And here he's back up again. Firmino. Oh, damn, what a tackle. Man, Metronome has definitely done his homework. He's going to change up his tactics a little bit because I think he also wants to try and find a goal for himself. But nonetheless, this is looking very, very solid right now from Metronome. And you can almost sense the frustration on the Beast. He's unable to get generally more than 3 or 4 touches out onto the ball between different players before getting dispossessed. He's trying for it now, though. Going for this forward run. Will he be able to thread through? Sadio Mane faced with the wall of defenders from Metronome. My goodness.
Julio's
How
still
are
in a
you
good
supposed to
position
break
here,
this
though.
down?
Oh, what a tackle. It's very
was so
surprising,
dope.
Snare. I feel like the second half of the Umzansi League has been a lot more different to the first few games you saw where it was just goals galore. It feels like players are really struggling to break through each other at the moment, but now this could be the opportunity for Metronome. He's in a dangerous position here. Waited a bit long. Still has an opportunity with this possession, though. Is he going to get it? He has to pass the ball back through the middle. Can't attack the wings anymore. Decent positions, though. Oh, Julio going to get the ball now,
Nice.
finally, and now has a chance to counter of his own.
But check Metronome, dude. Instantly. Look how many players are already back on defense. It's going to be so difficult for him to be able to break through this. He's going to try, though. He's out onto the wing. Minamino. No opportunity for a cross, though. And the ball, he controlled it well to hold this up, but it might have been a little bit too much time. Back into the middle of things. Mo Salah
shot.
looking for opportunity. The shot into the top right corner. It's going to be a goal. 1-0 for the Beast. He finally does it here, Camille. It had to happen. It had to happen, but he made it happen at the very closing moments of the game. Only 22 minutes left. No, 12 minutes left of normal time. And finally, we get a goal out from the Beast.
Just one chance. That's all Julio needed. Look at this. He fakes out. There wasn't even that much space there. He just threaded it through like an absolute needle. But that puts him 1 up in the series. And like you say, only 18 minutes left in this first leg. What a start for Julio. What an end, rather. We're getting close to the end of the game.
He's going to want more, though. And now we're going to see that Metronome, because it's this deep into the game, he doesn't really have an option but to try and get one back, right? You're already at a position here in the log where you really can't afford a third loss. A third loss puts him 7th. You know, the only person who's below him is Dragon Miller, who's lost every single game. So he desperately needs to try and crawl back a draw. But I'm not sure he's going to be able to find the opportunity here.
Oh, Julio might find another opportunity to score, though. He goes for it
Damn.
and he gets it.
Damn.
Julio. And this is the worry I was talking about earlier. The minute you concede that first goal against Julio, when you're like, okay, I need to get my goal back. I need to try to even up the series. And you move that defensive backline up a little too far. He's going to punish you. He's going to punish you every single time like we've seen here.
And that was so sick. He got in right deep behind Metronome. Made it look easy, right? Like, you're kind of wondering, how is it possible that Metronome was holding him back for the vast majority of this game, and now suddenly a couple of touches in with 2 goals up, and he is feeling the pressure himself. Definitely staring down the barrel of losing the first leg. Is it going to be the case that he loses the entire series? He's trying to get one back, but unfortunately he gets defended out. Will this be a third one? What a cross! Are you kidding me? Sadio Mane gets dispossessed in the box, though. Not a penalty. Clean tackle coming in
That
from
was
Trent.
brave.
Nicely done there.
That was so
How'd
great
that
from
happen?
Wasim. That could have so easily been a penalty. Now we'll have a chance to counter. But look at this. Like, I think you pointed out very nicely earlier about how high Wasim's how low, that Wasim's backline was playing. I think even though these guys are playing with Liverpool, who have very aggressive wing backs in the form of Trent Alexander-Arnold and Andy Robinson, they none of them bring their defenders forward because they know how dangerous the counter of Liverpool, their opposing team's Liverpool is, which I think is something I saw in the last series as well, last week Sunday, and this game seeming to follow that same pattern.
Nice tackle there to force out the corner. This might be an opportunity nonetheless for the Beast. He's here on the edge of the box, looking for an opportunity. Fabinho with the ball into the middle, into Sadio Mane. Gets dispossessed by Van Dijk. Woo! That was close. That was close. And the game is never safe until the final whistle blows against the Beast. He's looking for this third goal. Oh my goodness. Is he going to be able to find it? He's getting the double passes through. It's still in possession. Mino. Does he get the opportunity? No. Whew. Not
That
great,
was close.
but it could have been worse.
It could have been worse. And Osim got to feel a little bad about the situation of this game right now. He started off this match very well. His defending was absolutely solid. 1 inch of a mistake, a half mistake. I won't even call it a full-on mistake where Julio gets that opening and he just put it away. Beast too clinical today, Snare.
Yeah, the Beast finally found his opportunities deep into the match. And it was one of these things where he played very patiently, right? You could sniff that, okay, this guy's not really happy about the situation that's undergoing right now, but He knows he's good enough. He just has to find the opportunity. And the opportunities that wouldn't necessarily occur to most players, but somehow he's able to get them out at the very last second. And I think it's one of these things where, at the end of the day, for the Beast, it is him trying to get up there, right? It's not good enough for him to be at this particular point of the thing. Metronome, by his own admission, he himself didn't necessarily think he was going to be placing as high up as his compatriots in Bravado, some of the Paris players, or the Beast himself. So he's not as hard done by if things don't go super well for him. But the Beast needs these victories, right? Because even if it doesn't necessarily work out that he ends up crashing and burning, right? Imagine going forward and you're the Beast, you're supposed to be the favorite, but you're not actually able to find yourself just at the top of a 10-man, a 9-man log knockout, you know?
Yeah, no, that would be an absolute disaster for Julio. And I feel like how the first leg played out, I feel like if this was the best of 3 format, for example, I feel Wasim would feel very confident going into the second game, right? If it was a clean slate. But the fact that he's 2 down now against Julio TheBeastBianchi is a bit of an issue. I feel like it's only 2 goals in FIFA. That doesn't mean too much, but against Julio, that feels like a mountain to climb, really.
Yeah, pretty much anything can happen here and now. We see him already trying to replicate the success of the first 2 goals deep into the box. Here's Mo Salah. Is this the opportunity? Yes, it is. There's the... Oh!
How he didn't score that is beyond me. It felt like he had all the space, all the power, but the direction was a little off there. But I think all the fellow competitors watching this in the UMZANSI League are going to be feeling a bit scared at the moment because it does seem that Julio is starting to find his rhythm once again.
Yeah, he's been a bit... Let's say the Beast has been a bit sleepy thus far in this league. However, he's starting to rouse a little bit here. Already trying to find easy opportunities for goals. Metronome now try to change tactics up a little bit, right? Not focusing as much on moving up his entire team, trying to go for some of these dribbling passes. Not going to be able to do so, though. It get instantly punished. Doesn't seem like he's fully used to the style change. And here's the Beast, though, always accustomed to attacking inside the box. It's going to be 2 players. Ooh, looks for the long-range shot. Doesn't end up finding it.
The match is starting to look a bit scary for me if I'm on the side of Metronome, because earlier, even though for the majority of the first leg he was keeping up the momentum and tempo with Julio, and in fact, a lot of times he was setting the tempo, but now it seems like he's really struggling to string passes together, and Julio is in absolute complete control right now, and this is a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
You never want Julio controlling the game of FIFA when you're up against him. He's not in light up position to play when he's in control.
Okay, here we go. He's already starting to style on him a little bit. I think he's spilling blood in the water. He knows at this point that... I think he's unlocked the key. Look at him. All these passes. This is right in front of the box, and nonetheless, there's not a possibility of interception seeming to come in from Metronome. And now he's inside this, looking for an opportunity to shoot this off. Firmino, I think that might have been a chance, but he's going for the 100% chance. He's going to dribble this through with Sadio Mane. He's on the touchline right now. Gets the pass back into the middle for Firmino, but the shot... Oh... doesn't end up coming off properly.
That would have been goal of the tournament. Up there, because the amount of patience from Julio there was absolutely obscene. He waited for his absolute best opportunity. The finish kind of let him down, but the passing is out of this world right now from Julio. And once again, he'll be on the attack here. 24 minutes of the Julio show here in leg number 2, Snare. And it might not be over just yet. 25 minutes, and he might have an opportunity to score in the box, but the offside whistle finally going to be blown.
Oof. Ooh. Metronome is like, thank God for that offside whistle. I queued a pause. I'm pretty sure that pause wasn't necessarily about... He doesn't need tactical adjustments. He needs to breathe. He was like, yo. This is pretty deep. And we see this right now. It doesn't change anything up. He's like, I just need to reset the game. Okay, it's not that bad. I can figure this out. I've got a way forward.
I really like
with that offside
this. When they take this pause to take a moment to breathe, recalibrate. I mean, the best example I ever saw of this was Xian during the 2018 FIFA VS Gaming FIFA Festival, the Million Rand tournament, where he scored the goal in the finals and he just paused the game. He's like, okay, I'm in the finals, I'm playing for like 500k here, but I'm going to take my time, I'm going to stop, I'm going to rest. And that's what he did. And Wasim showing a similar level of composure here. Can he come back though? He hasn't gone more than 2 down just yet, but the pressure has been relentless from Julio.
But even though this pressure has been relentless, nonetheless, Metronome has yet to concede to this pressure. He's still holding firm, still holding strong. It is still 0-0 here in the second leg. And the thing that is most impressive to me is that in the first game, I thought that, some of those goals, especially the first one, I don't really hold too much against them. It's like, okay, who else but the Beast will score that goal? But I was very impressed with his defensive play. And I think here in game number 2 as well, he's maintaining that tradition. And now he's going off. Oof, the pass, not able to find its intended target. But signs of life here coming in from Metronome, some intention being shown by him, You can't just win while you're playing on your side of the pitch. You have to try and take the game to the other player. Now Metronome, these dribbles in the box, looking for a chance to be able to get... Oh, no, never mind. The ball is mine. Virgie and Trent Alexander will have none of this passing game happening whatsoever.
And Julio in complete control of the second leg. Doesn't feel rushed at all now. As you can see, he was making a lot of quick runs in the first leg, but this time he's staying a lot slower. It feels comfortable to play through the midfield, but now the long ball comes out, Snare. And again, he sends it back to the midfield. He feels so comfy to pass right now, and he just can't get... He's not even getting dispossessed. Ooh! That would have been a great ball if it made it through.
Whew. I think this is probably good for the matchup overall, that it still stays 0-0 here in the first half, because we honestly see Metronome pushing the envelope in the second one, saying whatever. Oh, rare mistake coming in from the Beast, giving away a throw-in pretty deep onto his side of the pitch. Will this be an opportunity for Metronome? We've seen him score goals from this opportunity in his heyday. Let's see if he's going to be able to make anything out of this. What do you think? Is a goal coming here, Camille?
I would hope so for my fellow Arsenal supporter Wasim, but that was not the opportunity. And actually, funny I mentioned Arsenal right now. I feel like he is in a kind of Arsenal situation, because if we look at the first leg where he had a little bit more time to play and he could pass around the way he want to, he looked a lot more comfortable. But once that pressure got turned up a little too high, it really breaks his complete composure. He loses the rhythm because he doesn't get a chance to dictate the game, It's kind of like a Barcelona thing also. When they are not the ones controlling the pace of the game, it becomes very difficult for them to play football, because it's a position they're not used to being in, right?
Yeah. This is not what they're practiced for. The entire strategy revolves around being in that dominant position. So when they get taken away from you, suddenly you're forced to adjust, and you're playing, by definition, suboptimally. But we'll see if he might be able to do so quickly enough. We are here in the second half. The whistle is sounded. The passes are starting, and he's already... that was a little bit of an extra touch. I'm not sure he needed to go back that way. That might actually cost him huge here, because this is an opportunity maybe for the Beast. He's got several players already trying to dash forward and capitalize on this.
And I don't know if you're starting to see the mental pressure I was trying to explain that Julio puts on his opponents, where you always think you need to do that extra move, because you he's got such a good reputation where you think the standard things are just not good enough, right?
Their standard would have been more than good enough to get him into open space. Instead, he's finding himself in this defensive position, and sure, now he might have the ball to run a bit with, but he's still definitely under pressure.
He did end the first half. Calm down, Freddy. Oh, what a flick! Is he gonna get possession of that? No, he didn't. Oh my god! If he scored that, I would have lost it, Snare. That was beautiful. Now, Julio still has possession of this ball. Somehow, he almost got dispossessed like 3 times there. Now, in such a dangerous position, he tries to go for the shot. In that position, I think the extra pass would have been the play. I don't know if his bowler was offside there, though.
Might have not wanted to chance the offside. Maybe he's chastising himself from the first game. He's thinking about how many goals he potentially could have scored, but then he took his additional time with it. He's like, let me be a bit more aggressive with this one. Be a bit more reckless. I'll just take shots, whatever. We already saw in the first half how many long-range shot opportunities he tried to get off here. And he might go for another one. He's inside the box. Gets stopped, though, by Van Dijk. Hashtag average times.
Average times. That's pretty funny, but very true there. Oh, we're going to see a foul come out. Is that going to be a yellow card? Nah, FIFA refs don't care, man. Like, you have to, drive into somebody's house and throw, a petrol bomb or something at them to really get a yellow card in this game. So now cross comes in.
Inside the box. Not going to be able to do anything useful with the ball, however. Now passes. Okay. This is the chance. The Beast looking for the first goal of this game. He's going to be able to get the pass through at the very last minute to Minamino. He's onside. Gets it back to Mo Salah. Will he be able to get it to Sadio Mane? The dribbles inside the box, but Van Dijk. What defense from Metronome.
The composure from Wasim there, absolutely out of this world. So much pressure building up and he just kept that brick wall. The one constant for the Liverpool team, Snare, is Van Dijk, as you say. This man, he never falters. And now we see him in a decent position here. Can he get possession? Yes, he does. The pass threaded through like a needle, and now the goal! Is he good? No, the deflection, the save, just too good. Oh man, what a golden opportunity for Wasim. He just couldn't finish it there.
God. Oh my god, that was golden beyond golden. That was perfect. He's gonna try again with the cross. Can he get the goal? Yes, he can.
What?
What?
Justice,
A
Snare.
goal. What a
Justice.
goal. I need to see this again. I need to see this again. I need to see this again. Oh my goodness, how is that even possible? Are you kidding
Was that
me?
an own goal? It had to
No,
have
it
been,
bounced
right?
off the keeper. I think it hit like the keeper's glove, and then it went directly in, so it counts as a goal directly. Oh my god.
That's crazy. And now, Beast giving away the ball very cheaply here. Wasim could have a chance to even up the series if he wants to. In a great position here, but just gonna lose the ball in the nick of time. And you know why I say justice there? Because his first opportunity should have been a goal. And then the corner comes
Definitely.
through. Usually the players prefer the short corners because it's a more high percentage play. But Wasim, he risked it for the biscuit. And now he's just one goal away of tying up the series, Snare. And he's in a good position to make it. That tie. Oh, that pass was close.
Oof. The pass was close, but doesn't get through. And now, I don't think this is going to land up being a goal, but the Beast, oh wow, actually managed to get the run through with Minamino. But he's being held up. Metronome still maintaining his composure. Not getting overly excited by the fact that he does bring one
Lot of
goal back,
space.
but this is the chance still. What a pass! What a goal! Oh my god. Wow, 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 wow. Only the Beast could pick out that specific moment of space. Get through, get the goal, walk away like he intended that entirely. Look at that shot, dude.
And that's the risk right there when you have to attack that hard, right? Whenever you have that, you feel the pressure and you need to get the goal back, that's when Julio strikes, because that's the point where your defender just moves up 2-3 inches more than he should, and Julio is always going to find that pass. I mean, like you said, he made that play out of nothing because his winger was almost off the pitch, but he brought it back into the middle, and the minute he saw that inch of space for Sadio Mane, he managed to punish there. Now he's 3-1 up in this best of two series. Julio the Beast Bianchi not giving anything away right now.
Hashtag just beast things. And now he's finding his rhythm again. He wants the 2-1. He's not satisfied with drawing out game number 2. He's trying to win up again. And he knows this is the one game where he's 100% even with his opponent. He's trying to get the victory here, getting these passes through. Mo Salah, gets caught during the turn though. Not able to get through. There's still a chance here, but it's pretty much done and dusted at this point. With only 3 minutes left on the regular clock, at most 3 minutes of stoppage time, he's going to have to rely on a miracle right now to be able to come back in this one for Metronome.
They would at least like the consolation goal to make the series a little closer, get that goal difference a little better, but right now it does look like Julio is going to walk away with the victory. Oh, might get another goal as well in a dangerous position, passing it around nicely. And this is the great way to play it because you're running down the clock at the same time. And oh, what a turn! Ball control just a little off though.
That was close. That was close at the very end of things there. You know, I was actually kind of hoping that he'd be able to make it through, but sadly, it ends up not working out. Feels pretty bad. But I think the thing that feels pretty good, right, is to see Julio, the Beast, playing like the Beast again. That was so much fun to watch. To see him going for it, going aggressive, but also succeeding at it. Because a lot of times I kind of felt like he'd get sort of in his own mind, be like, yo, why am I not scoring as many goals as I should have been? This time around, he was like, I've got this. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. And he finds the opportunities, gets those goals. What a champion. What a player.
Snare, who knew just one hoodie was enough to just buy your bias? I'm just teasing. GG, well played to Julio the Beast Bianchi. We've had a lot to say about these two games. What do our panelists think about what just transpired?
Thank you so very much, Casters. Indeed, an incredible game coming in from the Beast. Indeed, what a play, dude, what a play. I mean, we have, of course, seen that sort of performance coming in from BeastBianchi earlier as well. But Metronome, though, just not able to get that rhythm working for him.
Yeah, that's true. And if we talk about Beast Beyonce, he just turned on his beast mode finally and won the game very easily. And at the first game, I thought that it is going to be finished with a draw, but no. In the final minutes, Beast somehow managed to score one goal, and after that, he just scored another goal. At that moment, I have one thing in my mind that okay, now he just got that momentum, and yep, he showed the same thing in the second game. Metronome is trying very hard every time he just want to go inside the box of opponents in the BeastBianchi's box, but BeastBianchi every single time he just interrupt him and got the ball, and now then he just do a counter attack, and he just scored one goal. Metronome just showed some aggression, but and after just milliseconds, BeastBianchi scored another goal. So it's a 3-1 game, and BeastBianchi won both the games.
Absolutely did, and what a play coming in it was. Because after all, I mean, when you try and break down just leg one itself, you clearly saw how both of them were a bit reserved.
Oh.
Certainly in leg number one, it felt as if both the players were taking a step back, especially in the first half. You move on to second half. That's where, of course, the ultimate beast mode started kicking in.
Yeah.
Move into the second leg, of course, and that's where I felt like Metronome might just be able to, because his plays were working. But then again, though, it was just not possible, because Beast, by the end of that second leg, was toying around
Yeah.
on the field, and that was just, what is going on? Beast mode certainly was activated for this player, and indeed that is going to showcase on the leaderboard as well, because as was discussed earlier, this player, or rather both of them, have already played 4 games. So let's
Yep.
quickly, of course, segue into the leaderboard itself and find out what big of a leap is Beast going to be moving on the leaderboard itself
Oh,
based on this awesome performance.
Yeah, that's true. And yep, he's on the 4th position with 7 points, but he played 5 matches, and Metronome played the same match as well. But it's a bad day for Metronome. But I think so that he's going to work out on his skills and going to change his strategies a little bit and going to perform well in his next match. But BeastBianchi is now, he's a little bit happy that yes, finally I won the match, I got the momentum, and I just have to keep up the 4 next matches as well. But as you just mentioned that
What?
BeastBianchi is showcasing his skills. He's just showcasing some skills into the opponent's box.
Right.
You know, it need courage that you're just having the ball in the opponent box and you're doing some skills, dribbling skills, and just doing some rainbows. That's literally amazing, and he's just literally playing with Metronome, and it's amazing.
It certainly is a delight to watch, but then again, it is a tough competition.
Okay.
Every single time we've head into the FIFA segment, every single time there has been an expected result and a different result, and of course that is the name of the game. FIFA, of course, it will genuinely, I mean, you start off thinking that alright, this game ought to be this player, but
Yep.
it just goes on, and within just 5 seconds, what do you know, you've moved on, right?
Yeah, that's right. I just have to mention one thing that you just said in 5 seconds. You know, when in the second leg, BeastBianchi scored a very, very mind-blowing game. That precision, that fast.
Right.
And you know what? When he passed towards his player who is inside the opponent's box,
Right.
and just on a single kick, that scored a goal.
Oh, yes.
That precision needs really. You just have to focus on every single player. That where is the position of the players? Where should I pass towards my player, and where is the opponent player? So really, that I appreciate BeastBianchi, because that vision, I really, can you train me, because I'm noob in FIFA.
No, but then of course these players are certainly
yeah.
showcasing all of those skills indeed. And with that, we do reach the end of our FIFA segment. Please do stick around as we go on a short break, because coming right up is going to be PUBG Mobile. Hello and welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV, and now it is time to get started with PUBG Mobile, where indeed yesterday we started off with the semi-finals where 20 teams have finally landed into, but now as we move on forth, the aggression, the dominance is going to start kicking in, where indeed of course we've got 4 maps, all of them going to be included. My name is Blotto, your host. Joining me on the NSS to have more conversation, it is none other than Pain Fixes.
Thank you so much. And yesterday we saw some great matches out
Oh,
there,
yes.
and Miramar was the one which was added, and that got a lot of flavor in. A lot of teams are coming up on top, and
True.
this time around, God sent temper. They are not on the first position, but things can change today because Sandhawk and Vikendi. New flavors being added, fast-paced action. Then we go into the frozen tundras over there, where initially games start off a bit slow,
Right.
but as it goes on, it gets really intense.
Oh, it does indeed. And as these teams move on from semi-finals into the finals itself, we do have that one very big question at stake. What is at stake indeed? And when you look at the prize pool, well, 493,000 rands is what you're talking about for the PUBG Mobile segment, where indeed, finally, as we move into the finals, 16 teams are going to be competing. But indeed, for season 1 and 2 combined altogether, you're looking at 1 million rands. 1 million rands for Umzansi Esports League, all thanks to Nodwin Gaming. Incredible feat.
Absolutely, and almost half of the prize pool being taken down by PUBG Mobile, definitely showcasing how this game has been popular over the recent times. But taking a look at the teams that are going to be participating today, we have 20 teams, 20 teams in Sanhok lobby. That's going to be that's going to be some mayhem.
Oh,
But
yes.
yeah. Now, taking a look at the teams, we have Vibe, Envy Gaming, House of Anubis, Dark Dragons, EFX, Nibble Odyssey, Oxygen Elite, and Spaza Gaming.
Indeed, as we move on forth, we're looking at Team NFX, Unique, Gamers United Nations, Outsider Officials, Natural Killers, Reduction SA, Quite Stormy Sports. I mean, you get the picture. We have some incredible teams. All the way from round 1, where we saw 32 teams. Now, 12 teams have been excluded off of that list, where only 20 remain. And of course, over the next 3 weekends, from this, 4 teams more are going to get removed as we move into the semi-finals. As of now, things are looking pretty neat for Gods and Temper, but on the other side, National Killers.
And BBC.
Oh wow, what a play from them. First day of the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Natural Killers are taking that chicken dinner in Miramar yesterday and now are finding themselves on the top of the standings, followed by Gamers United Nations, courtesy to those consistent games, a thing that we have been talking about since a long time. Gods and Temper kind of messed up the first game, but did manage to recover in the second game, and now they are on the third position. But, they are hungry. They do know that the
Yes.
first position has been taken away, so they will be giving in their best to stay on top.
Absolutely will be, and of course with that, as we move along with the match today, there will be held on 2 maps once again. I'll let our viewers know. Sandhawk will be map number 1.
Yeah.
Indeed. I mean, yesterday also,
What
of
a
course,
way to start the day.
right? It's just perfect. 20 teams all together landing into Sandhawk is going to be mayhem, as you so beautifully put.
Yeah.
Left, right, and center right off the bat.
Already a very small map, a 4x4 map, and then you have 16 teams are just too much for that map.
Right.
And when you add in 20 teams, a lot of initial clashes are expected and a lot of drop location kerfuffles we will get to witness.
Wow.
But apart from that, when we go down to Vikendi,
Right.
I am along with that absurd circle that we get initially. Let's see if it goes towards the center or it goes somewhere down the coastline. So those are the questions that are going to be raised. But talking about the first game of Sandhawk, so there are a few things that have to be basically followed by every single team. You need to hold on to the compounds, you need to have perfect cover, and the most important thing is you need to know when to shoot.
And get those kills.
Yes.
You better be getting those kills, because of course we do have 1 point per kill, and as of now, what we have seen from these teams, select few teams, not necessarily, because now finally all the teams have started participating in that kill number. Pretty
Yeah.
much every single team, every map is trying to get at least 1 to 2 kills. With that, let's get match number 1 started and throw it to our casters, who once again are going to be DK and Pachi.
There we go. Thank you so much to Blots and Fixes. And well, yeah, we are heading up in towards that Sanhok map. So it's definitely going to be a super, super interesting one, having a bit of a change up here. And it's, of course, a much, much smaller map. So we're going to see a lot of action early on in the game, of course, depending on where the teams are going to be going. I'm really looking forward to seeing what we're going to be having in this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we started things off super spicy yesterday, and I mean, I'm definitely expecting that to continue, especially since this map that we're starting the day with off today is going to be very, very competitive. This map is going to test how adaptive these teams are, how quickly they can respond, how they can think on their feet. Like, this is going to be, I hope, a lot more pressing, a lot quicker, a lot more difficult for the teams to navigate around. But that's good. Yeah. That's a good thing because, we see a sort of a difference between what we usually see in, say, Erangel, which we've been seeing quite a lot of. And then, we went to Miramar yesterday where we saw the teams, how they actually operated on such a large scale. And it was actually really good to see how aggressive they got. But now they're going to have to pick their fights very, very wisely because this is going to be pretty much do or die. I mean, you get into this tiny map. All 20 of these teams are in here. They're all going to be fighting for space from step one. It's going to be insane.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's also interesting is that yesterday we finished the day off on Miramar, which is of course our biggest map. And now today we're starting the game off on the smallest map on PUBG at the moment. So, well, not counting Livik, because it doesn't really count just yet. But out of the 4 maps that they've got to play, Sanhok is definitely the smallest one. And I'm really looking forward to seeing a lot of, close quarter combat happening because these teams are going to be, huddled up so close together. So there's definitely a lot of potential for some insane action and really looking forward to that, So, well, we've got that flight path, of course, now underway. As you can see, the plane has just taken off and it is now taking us all the way from that northeastern side, being Hatin, and of course heading straight over towards Lakawi on the eastern side. So once again, some interesting spots there. So wondering if we're going to see some of the teams dropping up in towards Bootcamp, Paradise, Painan, because those are definitely the hotspots. So we'll see where these teams are going, and quite a few of the teams already making their way out fairly early in that flight path.
Yeah, it's nice to see that all the drops are happening immediately. Like, people know that they need to get out in every single spot. Every single piece of available space is going to be so important to get. So, that flight path has given access to a lot of that northern portion of the map. You can see everyone just sort of up in there already. But everyone's spreading out, which is really, really good. They're making sure to just get that presence going absolutely everywhere right now, which is good. And obviously, we're going to see automatic action straight off the bat.
Yeah, there we go. So the players from Quest and House of Anubis dropping straight up in towards Bootcamp. Or you can see the team there from House of Anubis, of course, really going straight there for main building. And now the team there from Quest also in there with them. And of course, MG just over towards the north, right behind them. You can see BBC Falak just off in the distance there at the little shack. But the action now taking place right here as the players from House of Anubis are now getting ready to move in. We'll definitely see some action. Oh, so Quest rather on the top floor and the House of Anubis team on the ground floor. Oh man, I can't wait for this. This is CQC at its best.
Oh yeah.
Close quarter combat. Here we go.
It's really, really great to see. The fact of the matter is these teams are going to have to deal with fights, from the get-go. We knew that, we were going to expect that, and here it is. We're starting things off nice and spicy with House of Anubis and Quest, of course, like right on top of each other right now, which is going to mean the fight's going to have to happen there at some point. But that zone is chosen, so we've got our spots now. Just a couple of teams outside, so most of the teams obviously going to be within the zone. It is going to be falling a little bit to the south, which means that 2 or 3 or 4 teams up in the north will have to move on down. But I mean, I'm interested to see how the fights actually happen right here inside the zone before we even see the rotates happening.
Yeah, another interesting spot also is over at Paradise, where we've got the players there from Quiet Storm and Temper. So both teams right there in Paradise, and as you can see, of course, the players from Quest over here holding up in Bootcamp, and we got the team from Unique dropping down over in Painan. Ooh, there we go. Spaza 6 putting in a few shots as well. So the teams are fairly spread out at the current moment, aside from the 2 teams, or 3 teams, of course, that we are having here at the moment. And the shots coming in there from Wargod, putting them straight into Helios. Oh, that was what we love to see.
Yeah, Yeah, this is some nice stuff. You can see House of Anubis. They are trying to move around, trying to sort of get control of the rest of this compound here. But Quest obviously not making it too easy for them, putting those shots across as soon as they've spotted out any of the movements from House of Anubis. And I mean, this is great. This is exactly what we've been wanting to see here. And I'm keen to actually see more of this happening, especially as we get the zone a bit smaller and the teams start to rotate in. We're probably going to see a lot more of this, a lot more teams getting the sight picture over towards teams as they rotate on, and the shots will fly.
Yeah, we are in for quite the ride, as this is a very action-packed map, especially with the teams that we've got in the lobby. So I'm expecting only great things to come from this, as the teams, of course, now all just trying to find those positions, trying to figure out where the opposing teams are. What's interesting is also that the players there from BBC seems to be fairly split up at the moment, which is maybe a strat that they use on this map. But we also have the team from Ghana moving up in towards Painan, slowly but surely just creeping up on the players there from Unique. And we also have the Dragons as well as the team from Spaza Gaming also fairly close together, just over towards the west here from Bootcamp. So let's see, will the team from, Quest and House of Anubis, we're waiting to see who's going to be the dominant team, who's going to come out victorious and claim Bootcamp for themselves, because it's a pretty good position to hold throughout the map. As a lot of teams sometimes try and move through here, and if you play your angles well, you can really get in quite a few hits.
Yeah, I think probably one of the biggest points of importance on this map specifically is choosing your fights, choosing when to take them, how to take them. Just blindly being aggressive, being super active isn't always very beneficial. So you need to really choose how you want to take your fights. You can see House of Anubis and Quest, they haven't actually fully committed into a raid. Maybe it's like you said, because they just want control of the compound. They don't want to give it away for free. They don't want to risk it, which is a good choice. You don't want to risk a spot like that at this point. You don't want to risk going out so early either. So taking those early fights might just garner a couple of second thoughts.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. And the players here from EFX just making their way around. You can see several teams still in the surrounding area here. We got the players there from Quiet Storm, of course, now rotating up in their direction, moving out of Paradise, slowly but surely closing in on the team here from EFX. And we also have Oxy not too far away off in the distance, slowly but surely also they're getting closer to the team from the Natural Killers. So there's yet again quite a few spots with some great potential for that early game action, as the players here from EFX are now just have Reverb's got that Gren flying right up towards him from Lone God as it's now coming in. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. The Stadtmok is also a fairly good place to hold. Let's see what happens. Man, I've said that a lot now. But in any case, we will see. We will see.
Yeah. BBC taking some hits across the map. Like you mentioned, they're a little bit spread out, which is an interesting strat. Not too sure how it's going to work out here. I mean, I did talk about the spread out strats previously, but that was specifically related to Erangel and potentially Miramar as well. Not necessarily this map, which we haven't seen all that much of. Obviously, this is the first time that we're seeing it here, in this league at least, here with these teams jumping in. And I must say, I like the positioning from Odyssey. They're the only ones up there on that island to the northwest. And, that gives them a lot of freedom of movement. And the fact of the matter is that's still within the zone. They can still move down slightly. There's even a drop there that they can go to if they so choose. And they can stay pretty comfortably away from the fighting, which on a map like this is very, very important for not going out early. So they find themselves in a pretty decent spot. Up in the northeast, though, we've got a whole lot of teams really crammed together. We've got EFX, we've got Oxy, we've got Natural Killers, we've got Quiet Storm, we've even got Temper, who might just do a little bit of gatekeeping as those teams start to rotate down. So we've got some very interesting situations all across the board.
Yeah, no, definitely very, very interesting. We're just waiting to see now what is going to happen, who's going to move up, who's going to push into who. As you can see, the players here from Quest now still just keeping that watchful eye on the team there from House of Anubis. That's now rotated all the way over towards the western side of the bootcamp area here. And several more teams still moving in, but waiting to see what will happen. Is Quest going to get the hit? They've turned a little bit passive at the moment, just waiting to see if they can find those angles on House of Anubis. But House of Anubis also slowly but surely moving around. So they've now rotated from the northern side, coming over towards that western side. And if they played well, they might very well be able to get those shots. But Quest still holding on to that main building.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see both of these teams who know exactly where one another is actually sitting. They know the positioning of both teams. But the thing is, both of them, like you say, they're playing somewhat passive. They're waiting to see if there's any angles being made available, any mistakes being made. If they can put the hits in, that might give them the signal to pull the trigger. And I hope it does, because if they spot out, like I think it was one of the House of Anubis members got taken out, got downed, but by one of the Quest members. If something like that happens again, I really, really hope they get aggressive and start to push, because that is basically the only time that you really get an opportunity to do so in a situation like this. Ooh.
We've got the Reluctant team. Yeah, Reluctant now moving in on Citizens right here in Camp Charlie. So they're slowly but surely moving up, making their way through the compounds. Let's see, will they be able to find those hits? Ooh, Ninja finds the first one on Maestro. So this seems like it is, well, it's a 4v4 team at the moment. They can only, oh, there we go, never mind. The other one's a little bit off in the distance. So let's see what will happen. Ninja now just trying to move up. We got Maestro still down. Blitz, Smitty, and Sleepy now trying to move up. In they come, slowly but surely closing that gap. Ooh, will we see a pincer move coming in from the Citizens here, or will Reluctant be able to fend them off as they try and move in?
Yeah, that is
Sleepy.
the question.
Sleepy really trying that jump shot over the wall though.
Yeah. I mean, if not, why not at this point? You know, if you can manage, if you can try it, do it. You know, they're just looking for those angles to try and get their way on in. Reluctant prepping some of those grens to come on in. Unfortunately, bouncing off, but a good thought nonetheless. A good setup at least. The idea is there, but the execution just needs to come through here for Reluctant if they want to fend off players from Citizens.
Yeah, no, that is definitely the case. So we're just waiting to see how this is going to unfold. Oh, the shots now starting to ring. That is what we want to hear. Let's see, will they be able now to get in, get that wipe? Ooh, a lot of movement by the team there. We've got Sleepy going upstairs. Citizens just holding on to their position. You can see Hunter, of course, here now keeping a watchful eye there on Natural Killers just up ahead. In fact, the whole team from Inkosi now moving up. So there's quite a few rocks and such to hide behind. You can see Sela there, of course, now doing the same for Frieza. They're waiting. Well, hopefully they start pushing up, you know, either of the teams, because they are fairly close.
Yeah.
But also now, Natural Killer should watch out because Temper is moving in from behind them. But there we go. One of the shots now coming up from the Natural Killers, putting it right in towards Hunter there from Inkosi.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot to be in, especially now as this blue zone is closing in as well. And the aggression really needs to come out here, otherwise the final couple zones will be very crazy. We've still got 75 players left alive, 20 teams remaining here. Of course, Shad now being pushed relentlessly by Reluctant here. They've got that advantage over him, and there's very little he can do at this point unless he somehow manages to find every angle perfectly. It's going to be really difficult for him to try and get out of this one. Unless he just jumps the roof and suddenly Reluctant don't even see him. Ninja is going to get hit, but Shad actually makes it out. He could have an angle here at the moment. The shots are flying up. They're just trying to find one another. At the moment, Shad finally gets hit.
Let's see, will they continue the fight though? I mean, Citizens already down by 2 players. Just got Flo and Manga now remaining. Smitty putting that quick one into Shad. So now, well, they've only got 1 player to res, which they just did. Ninja is up and at it. Sleepy coming in with that rotation. Moving up slowly but surely. Let's see, will the Reluctant team get it? Out comes Manga, just welcoming them right there on the corner. Oh, a little bit of pre-fire. Oh, too much of a pre-fire. Down goes Manga. Oh, so it's riding on Ninja and Flo. You can see Blitz and Maestro just closing in.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
There it is. There it is. I don't think he's got this one. Flo is just trying to stay alive around this building, but he knows he's just being pushed from every which direction. Not sure how long he's going to be able to hold on to this one for, trying to escape through the bottom floor, trying to potentially make his way over to Ninja, maybe try and just keep the team held on for the moment, but Reluctant looking to just shut it down as soon as possible. Flo moving very fluidly through the buildings, but...
And the shot's still flying in. There we go. Oh, man. They are... Oh, Maestro getting caught in that molly. What? Did they get him?
Yeah.
I didn't even see the shot. Wow.
Yeah.
Well done to Reluctant getting that. Well, that I think that was our first team back into the lobby. We also saw the players there from Inkosi and Vibrant also now just engaging in the kill feed. Ooh, there we go. Some more heads. As you can see, the players here from Oxy now also slowly but surely making their way up. So the teams are now starting to move in. The natural killers getting some more hits. So you got the team from EFX also moving up. House of Anubis and Quest still holding up in boot camp. We actually got quite a few teams now moving in from that northeastern side. So this is definitely going to turn up the heat. And well, Oxy heading up straight towards the players there from Quiet Storm. As you can see, Temper now putting a quick few shots into EFX. Just look at that northeastern side. There's so many teams there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult. And the reason for that is, of course, the fact that the teams, early on, regardless of which map you're on, you always want to sort of create a little bit of breathing room by taking out a team as early as you can. And what we've been seeing is a lot of passive play trying to prioritize survival. And what that means is that the teams will end up surviving a very long time, which means as the zones get smaller and smaller, we have a large amount of players in every single one. And that means that there is a lot of clumping, a lot of clustering, a lot of crazy stuff that is about to happen, especially now as all these teams move in from that northeast position. Like you said, it's going to get a bit hot.
Yeah, well, more than just a little bit hot, but the teams, they are still moving up. So House of Anubis and Quest still holding on to bootcamp, just waiting now maybe potentially for the other teams in the surrounding area to rotate in, but the natural killers just putting in head after head. Several of those shots now, of course, flying straight over towards the players there from Quiet Storm, and Vibe still closing in on Inkosi, or rather, Inkosi is still just on the outskirts of that compound where we've got the team from Vibe, as you can see, just up ahead. Then also Quiet Storm and Natural Killers just over towards their north. So waiting to see how this will unfold. EFX, of course, now making their move up in towards that bootcamp region.
Yeah, I think they know that bootcamp is probably contested, so staying up in that northern portion is going to be very important. But Natural Killers putting some heavy hits over towards Quiet Storm as well. Oxium trying to make their way down in there. Vibrant and Kasi going to be taking their own fight, waiting for those players to rotate in. This is going to be a difficult one for Quiet Storm and Oxium.
Yeah, no, definitely is going to be. And we're waiting to see now. Oh, that zone, of course, shifting up once again. So the teams are safe once more in the bootcamp area. So the teams over in that southern region now need to make their push up. So we're going to see a lot of action, of course, now in that Painan and bootcamp region as the teams are all slowly but surely heading up. With the outsiders just on the outside of zone, Reluctant moving up. We've got the team there from Spaza Gaming rather, moving up. Odyssey also moving in. Unique holding up in Painan. INV not too far away. BBC is moving up. Ikasi now putting some shots into Vibe. Ooh, 6 still in those compounds. We got Pounds getting ready with a bit of rotation. Will he move up towards Frieza? Frieza cooking that grain, about to set it off. Will that be the one? Do the business.
I mean, it might be. Who knows?
Ooh. Hunter getting hit as well. Man. So Sunny and Frieza, basically the last two remaining players here for the Ikasi team. So this has been quite a bit of a change up. They've gone from 4 players down to just the 2. Still holding that position, but no idea whether or not they're going to start, rotating up in towards zone. Because they stand a little bit of a better chance moving up in towards the zone, just waiting on the inside, gatekeeping the team from Vibe as they move up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the best decision. If they just fall back a little bit, they could sit there inside the zone and be safe, because the blue zone is, of course, making its way in. It is going to start pushing up any moment, and that's going to be a difficult spot to be in. Oxium, Chrobis, of course, just outside in that blue zone. Then we've got Vibrant. Then we've got Ikasi, and Vibrant's already moving up. So Ikasi really putting themselves in a tight spot, and Frieza already going down means that it looks like they might just be down for the count.
Ooh. Well, Frieza is down now. Everything is riding up on Sunny. Sunny is now right behind the players here from Ikasi, from Vibrant, sorry. Let's see. Well, we're going to see a lot of snaking as well, depending on where the zone's going to move to. But you see the team there from INV, of course, now also putting a quick few shots in towards BBC. Who Quiet Storm also now getting hit by the Natural Killers. So the Natural Killers have played it fairly well. They've moved up in towards zone. Now they're sitting there and just picking off the teams as they start moving in, which is absolutely fantastic to see.
Yeah.
Because they're really leveraging their position that they've got.
Yeah, and in a map like this, that's huge.
Thing. Yeah, and we might see the same thing now coming in from the outsiders. But there we go. Quiet Storm getting hit once again. Natural Killers putting in those heads. We've got Vibe now trying to make their way up in towards zone. You can see the Natural Killers just up ahead of them as well. Oh, there we go. So the team there from Spaza Gaming now getting hit in the kill feed. Oh, there we go. Outsiders is the team that's getting hit. Reluctant also closing in on them. So let's see how this will go. 3 teams in this region. So if the outsiders if they're not careful, sorry, that's what I was going to. If they're not careful, they might as well get caught in a very tough sandwich.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
ooh,
I mean, look at that. Bob getting hit by Reluctance. So Reluctance pushing up from the side as well. So outsiders have a lot of problems to deal with right now. They have to win one fight and then another one if Reluctant come in again. So they've got so much to do and it's just not going to work out for them at all. The shots just flying in now. Wow.
Andrew might still clutch it. Let's see, will he get it? I mean, Andrew just taking hits. Off he goes. Oh, Spaza Gaming coming in with a finish on that one. Well done. Wow, and that zone is shifted up now to the eastern side. So, I mean, we are still sitting on 17 teams, 53 players, moving up in towards a zone that is less than a kilometer wide. It's 600 meters across.
Yeah.
53 players. It is going to be absolute insanity.
Yeah.
Moving in 30 seconds before that blue zone moves. So we're waiting for the players from House of Anubis, EFX, and Quest now to rotate out from Bootcamp. And of course, we got the Natural Killers and Vibe still battling it out right here, just outside the zone. Sunny is still alive, slowly but surely moving up. And you can see the team there from Reluctant also now just engaging with the players from Spaza Gaming. Shots flying back and forth once again. Ooh, and they took them out. Well done. So Reluctant already sitting on 11. No, that's 8, sorry. 8 kills. I thought 11. It looked like 11 for a quick second there. But I mean, wow, what a play though.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely not about to stop anytime soon. We've got Quiet Storm still in the mix with Vibe and Inkosi, and of course, Natural Killers up there towards the northeast. Temp actually going to be moving down as well. We've got, I think it's Blink and Gun that are down here towards the south as well, taking some shots at one another. And the thing is, we've got so many players left alive. And the thing about close quarters combat right here is that when you don't take that, aggression consistently, when you're not getting early aggression out, stuff like that, you're not really finding any of those kills. You're left with a lot of players remaining. You get a lot of chaos going into the final few zones. And that's what we're going to see here.
Oh, I Envy and Odyssey also now just putting a few hits across. So this map kind of, demands close quarter combat and aggression all the time, because that is just how it works. And you can see the teams, of course, now stepping up to the plate, just putting those shots across. And, one of the players there from Odyssey, of course, getting hit in the process. Oh, man. So they're letting Optic just bleed out slowly but surely, not getting that thirst. Well, there we go, Boyka getting that thirst in on Optic. So Odyssey now trying to see which way around they can go, but the team from iEnvy keeping a watchful eye, trying to still get those hits in. Unique also not too far away, so there's another potential for some more action coming in from that side. But in the meantime, Quest now putting the shots in as well. Oh man, this is what we love to see. Lots of action.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, very, very nice to see down in the south. We've got so many teams moving up now. Of course, we've got the players there from Unique. We've got Reluctant. We've got Odyssey. We've got EFX. We've got iEnvy. All of them down there towards the southwest. We've got a couple of teams just moving in now. Shots flying from Unique and iEnvy, even putting some in as well across the board. Ooh. Odyssey going.
iEnvy. Yeah, just ripping those hits into. You can see the players here from EFX now caught out in that blue zone. I'm pretty sure we might be saying goodbye to them anytime soon, as this blue zone is just ripping through the players. Sully, now the last one left for the team. Will they make it? They're going for the water approach. Odyssey, of course, just above them on the cliffside there. And several teams now still making their approach in towards that zone, coming in from that western side. House of Anubis closing in on the Dragons. Oh, there we go. Sully getting sent back, but you can see House of Anubis right there on the Dragons. Quick Gren flying straight over towards Sheik. Sheik taking a little bit of damage now, so let's see. Will the Dragons be able to fend off the House of Anubis team as they're now moving in? But of course, also now we're seeing the players there from Temper moving up, getting a quick few shots in. So Nos is not down and out just yet. House of Anubis also now closing in on the Dragons. We've got Pronto moving up. Here we go, going in for that quick thirst. Oh, making their way around. iEnvy and Odyssey now also getting involved, putting the shots in. Nos succumbing to the zone, I think that it was. Or did he get taken out by someone? I'm not 100% sure. I just saw him going off the map.
Yeah, Vile was there just putting some hits across. I'm not sure if he actually got him out, but he managed to keep him inside the zone for long enough at least.
Ooh. And Oxy also now just trying to make their way up in towards that zone. The Dark Dragons, of course, now. Oh, man. Blink getting hit by the Natural Killers. We've got Gun right there on the team from Unique, moving up from that southern side as well. The Dragons now just waiting for House of Anubis to make their move so they can get those hits. Oh, there we go. Blade landing that one in on self.
Oof.
Yes,
Man.
yes, 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 yes.
This is insane. We've got like a 100-meter zone right now. We've got 27 players. So many players getting hit now. The blue zone going nuts.
Oh.
Everyone just falling left and right. The Grens are flying. We've got House of Anubis going up against the Dragons. Got the Natural Killers putting them into Blink and Quest. We've got iEnvy also down towards the south there. Wow. I mean, it's about as crazy as we expected.
Yeah. Oh, no. Dan finishes off House of Anubis. There's Grensel coming in. Man, Dan the man puts the shots right into House of Anubis. Down they go. Well done. Well played. 6 teams remaining. As you can see, the teams spread out right across the map there. The players from Quest, of course, sitting up in that northern side. Natural Killers sitting up in the northeast. Oh, there we go. Just picking the shots off at Quest as they're now trying to move in. Juicy getting taken down by NG. We got the players from Blink, of course, sitting on the eastern side. So all the teams slowly but surely moving in, putting those hits across. Ooh, iEnvy already, of course, sitting comfortably in zone, but down goes Vile. The Natural Killers getting sent right into the lobby. MG doing some fantastic shooting there. The team sitting on their 4 kills, and now the Dragons, the next one up to get shot at. Oh, that blue zone just eating up the players. iEnvy also helping with the shots. The Quest down to 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say other than this has just been really crazy? Now the shots flying in, and Rez is trying to be done, the heal's trying to come out, but I mean, this blue zone is just relentless here. The players finding it very difficult to deal with it. I mean, you could see that they're not so used to being squished up so quickly, and now 4 teams remaining, 12 players left. The zone is smaller than 100 meters, so this is like 5, maybe less than that. I mean, this is nuts.
Oh, MG putting those shots into Inspector just off in the distance, but gets taken down by the Dragons. No, that's Blink. Sorry, my bad. So we've got the Dragons, we've got Blink, and we've got iEnvy. Those are our 3 remaining teams. 10 players across the board. Everyone seems to be up and at it once again. Everyone got raised up. Now they're just trying to heal up. Nero and Dan just playing on the edge of that blue zone. Shots now flying up. iEnvy getting hit once again. There we go. Oh, nice exchange. Blink now also getting involved. A nice 3-way shooting. Well, triangle. Triangle of doom happening at the moment between the teams here. Oh, that blue zone is now closing in and is claiming some of the players there from the Dragons as they now need to make their move up. But iEnvy sends them right back. So it is now iEnvy going up against Blink for this final zone.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, this is anyone's game at this point. This could go either way. I mean, this has just been super, super crazy so far. We wouldn't expect anything different at this point, especially on such a map. So, I mean, this is going to be really interesting to see how this last few moments of this game plays out.
Well, let's see now. Blink, getting bombarded there by iEnvy, but also now returning the favor, setting some Grens right back over towards them. You got the smokes, of course, in play as the players are now just trying to provide themselves with enough cover. Well, there's, of course, quite a lot of long grass for them to hide in, which you can see almost all of them doing at the current moment. They're just waiting to see who will be able to get the angle, get that shot going, as the players are all now just moving about this map. Everyone just hanging around right there on the edge of the blue zone. The zone, of course, now having shifted up ever so slightly to that western side. So we will see where these teams are going to go and who will be able to clutch these final few hits. iEnvy, of course, sitting on a full team. The players there from Blink sitting on only 3.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, there's so much to say about this, man.
The moment of truth is upon us. It is coming as the zone is closing up once again. And there's so many players that still need to get up into that zone. In fact, all of them do.
Yeah. All of them do, and not all of them are going to make it, and you can see now the shots coming through. Beukes just pulling the trigger. They have made the tempo straight in their favor, and now they're just going to end things out.
There we go. There we have it. So the players from iEnvy coming in with the chicken dinner. What a play, what a finish that was. And what a crazy performance. This map is definitely that CQC map, and the team's really stepping up to the plate there. So well done to the team there from INV for getting that chicken, and of course Blink coming in second place.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see that these teams were definitely used to having a little bit more time. You could see that they were trying to stay behind the cover, and they were like, "Oh, damn, the blue zone's already moving up." I'm used to having a little bit more time when it comes to this. So really keeping them on their toes, pushing them out there in a very fast-paced and interesting map. Yeah, overall.
Yeah, definitely. So and we also had the players from the Dragons coming in that third place. So great performance by the players here, and having that zone be absolutely brutal as per usual. That was absolutely fantastic. And of course, next up we're heading up into that Vikendi map. So definitely going to be once again a bit of a change up. Changing the color of the scheme of the zone. Well, not the zone, the map, going from green to white. So it's going to be an interesting one to see what these teams are going to be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess with that, let's see what our analysts have to say back at the desk.
Thank you so very much, Pashi and DK. Indeed, a wonderful game coming in, an aggressive, dominating game coming in from all of these teams. And eventually, another day, another new team comes up in the semifinals. Wow.
Yes, absolutely. I love the way INV approached this entire game.
Right.
So basically what really happened, the start was initially a bit slow, but in the mid games, as the circles started forming, started shrinking down, all the teams trying to rotate. So this was the first time that they are playing Sandhawk. So the basics were kind of a bit of a haywire over there.
Exactly.
I really expected things to happen a bit, teams trying to take those hill areas, trying to hold off the stones. Be very cautious with the fires, like we mentioned, because every single time you shoot a bullet, there is someone just nearby, maybe beside you, just sleeping, just creeping over there, in fact, and he can take advantage over that. And we know this map is so much synonymous with those third parties, and INV definitely knowing what to do. Even the likes of Godsend Temper were taken down early on. So well, let's see how things are gonna fare out as the points table will come up.
Absolutely, the points table is going to be showcasing a different story once again, and that is wonderful. That is just perfect. That is the way a semi-final ought to be, because you should not be able to predict what the next game is going to be bringing to the table, as round 1, round 2 showcased. That is not the story as we move on forth, and that I'm really genuinely very happy to see. As we move into match 2 though, wherein we move into Vikendi, as Patchy was pointing out, so was DK, that yes, it is going to be probably a different brawl altogether, because you also mentioned in the pre-game segment, the map area itself now, the map size itself is going to be a humongous play when it comes to the strategies and how aggressively are these teams even going to be able to approach the situation.
Absolutely, like in Vikendi, we have to see where the first circle heads on, because after that we get to see a few even shifts. But during the fifth circle, the circle does throw that curveball. So wherever it goes, which are the teams that we will get to know?
Absolutely, we will get started with match number 2 just after the short break. Please do stay tuned.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. All right. So we are getting straight into our second round. This one, of course, heading up into the Vikendi map there. Yeah, here we are. Here we are, ready to go.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one, moving up into that Vikendi map, seeing what the teams are going to be doing, you know, changing the map up once again. So, I mean, we saw quite an interesting performance coming in from the players there in the Sanhok map. So Vikendi also is going to, you know, bring a few interesting things into play here.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, we definitely saw, you know, some chaos things happening in that previous map, and I mean, it was to be expected. It's definitely a change of pace, considering most of the leagues and most of the things that have been happening in recent times have, of course, been on, you know, mostly Erangel, a bit of Miramar. We haven't really seen any of the other maps, and so, you know, tossing the players into the deep end like that is inevitably going to result into a whole bunch of chaos. And well, I'm interested to see if that trend continues in this game as well, because of course, you know, we're going to be seeing a similar thing. We don't see this map all too often, so it is going to be a bit of a change of pace for the players.
Yeah, no, definitely will be. And I'm waiting to see what this flight path is going to do and where the teams are going to go. Of course, playing now on the Vikendi map, as I mentioned, and it is also one of the smaller maps, so it makes things ever slightly. Well, it changes it up ever so slightly. You know, making it a little bit more complicated. And of course, we've got, you know, also a slight change up, since like what we had in comparison to the Sanhok map, where we've got some exclusive weapons there. You know, yeah, there's also a few things that are kind of exclusive to the map as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what the players are going to do. You know, which way around they're going to play it. Yeah, and then of course, where are they going to be going? Because we've seen some pretty hot plays, and well, yeah, the standings are really reflective of that. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I said before this whole semi-season series began, you know, I was like, okay, after this stage, I think we're going to start seeing these teams step up, and I mean, that's what they've been doing. You know, it's really great to see that. And I hope that continues. Seriously, you know, it's good to see the team stepping up. It's good to see them showing their true faces and whatnot. Maybe showing a little bit what they can put on the board. And then, of course, you can see right in front of you the standings, what we have at the moment standing after these games. It is iEnvy sitting at the top with 34 points, followed by the Dragons with 17. So, yeah, an interesting way to start off the weekend for sure.
Yeah, there we go. So that's, of course, the standings after the previous match that we just had.
Yeah.
So, yeah, some interesting developments there. As you can see, the teams all, you know, we didn't see a lot coming in from Quiet Storm and the EFX players as well, you know. So, definitely hoping to see a little bit more there also then from Citizens, BBC, Outsiders, and Inkosi, you know, hoping that they step up to the plate and, you know, bring us that action that we are looking for and hoping to see in this coming match. You know, we of course have the game that has just started, and the flight path, of course, is already underway. So there's yet again some interesting spots there for the teams to make their drops down into. As you can see, of course, a flight path is on the way, and we've got it's now coming all the way from Kantra over in that eastern side and heading over straight towards Vihar. So we'll be seeing where these teams are going to go. I'm hoping to see a few teams moving up in towards Villa, Cement Factory, Abbey, and maybe even Volnova. Well, it seems like Odyssey is moving straight into Volnova. So, yeah, definitely some action coming in here.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a little bit of that northern spot of the map actually being moved up into as well, because, of course, it looks like the map's just sort of been cut in half. I mean, one half of the map is just completely empty, and the other half of the map just has all the players in there. So hopefully they'll start moving up a little bit more in towards the north. They just put themselves down on that map, get themselves set up once again. And I mean, this map, I want to see a little bit of a change of pace. You know, we already have a little bit of a warm up for these teams on a map that they're not so familiar with in terms of, you know, playability in recent times at least. So I'm hoping that they have taken out from that map and been like, all right, we need to get a little bit more active. We need to start, you know, doing a couple of things. We need to make sure that we're set up. We need to start, you know, maybe taking aggression when we have them. You know, if a player, if I see two teams dropping on top of one another, or like we saw in the previous map, and them not taking one another out, it's going to be sad times.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, we have the players there from the Outsiders and Gun, of course, as you can see over in Vihar. So some great potential for action there. And of course, the players here from, well, Temper and Oxy also fairly close. That zone shifting up in towards that northwestern side now. And well, some interesting drops here by the teams. A few teams already in zone. We've got Inkosi and the players, of course, they're from For You Quest, landing right there in Krishas. So waiting to see what's going to happen. Maybe we'll see some shots flying up between the teams, but in the meantime, Oxy already putting those shots in towards the Temper team. As you can see on screen as well, we've got the players there from Gun, who is, of course, relatively close, to the players there from the Outsiders.
Yeah, and the team's definitely going to have to start moving their way in, because that zone going in towards the northwest means that all of those teams in the southeast are going to be, in a bit of a spot, especially since once the rotations do start to come in, of course, once that zone starts to move in and all that fun stuff, it's going to be really difficult to get across that line if there's a lot of players already moving in there. So it's going to be interesting if they take the same approach as in the previous map and actually don't take the fight. It's going to be interesting to see how they try and get up into this, because then there's going to be a lot of potential for gatekeeping. It's going to be a lot of potential for chaotic fights as the rotates come through. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all transpires actually.
And Gun already putting quite a bit of a fight up against the Outsiders here. Oh, there we go, Rage now falling off of a height as well. So that is one of the things that we like to see. Players just mixing it up all by their lonesomes. But yeah, waiting to see what Gun's going to do here with the Outsiders. You can see the Outsiders, of course, just sitting up in that southern position. We got Pyro slowly but surely trying to move up. Seems like he's trying to flank around. He's also almost kind of close to Movatra there, but he's definitely, flanking it up, and he might just move up right behind Andrew.
Yeah, hopefully that's what we see. It'd be nice to see a little bit of a flank come in and that early fighting stuff happen. Like I said, I want to see that happen when the two teams drop on top of each other, which is like we have basically here. We've got Gun, we've got Outsiders. I want to see the fight come in. I want to wait for the opening. I want to see the players get into that, make it happen somehow, and then just push it in and take the win. Take the team out. That's really what we're looking for here, because as long as they play passively, we're going to see the chaos coming.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a lot of passive play here, but I mean, we're going to see some shots definitely flying up between, from the Gun team heading straight over towards Rasta. Rasta now getting caught behind that tree here. We got Pyro just up ahead. No helmet there, so it makes him a little bit vulnerable. If Rasta's aim is on point for this match, well, it is kind of seeing that the molly comes in. Rasta getting knocked out in the process there. Ooh, Brody putting those hits in, so the Outsiders taking quite a bit of damage as well. Yeah, the mollies and stuff now, of course, flying up in all directions. We see the players there from Vibe also now engaging with the team from BBC. But Gun now moving up, trying to get in. Rasta, of course, getting knocked out and thirsted all at the same time. Outsiders, of course, now trying to move in, get that grip on the players from Gun. Oh, there we go, guys, and putting those hits in, but Pyro knocking him out.
Oh, yeah. Shots not coming through. Gun trying to get it off. Can the Outsiders hold on there? It looks like the shot's coming through. And no, it can't happen. Broly gonna go down, and now it's Pyro trying to move in. Oh, Outsiders holding on by a bare minimum at the moment. Can Bobber make it happen, though? You can see Pyro just staying alive here. But as you mentioned, it's going to be a difficult spot for him. He's taken quite a bit of damage here. Going to be trying to just play around this house with Bob. First one to miss this peak is probably going to go down here, and these teams, all of them are knocked, so this is the 1v1 that really matters, and Pyro trying to push out. He just can't find the shots just yet. No one's gone down, but this is close.
Yeah, a lot of pre-fire coming out here as both players are now just bobbing back and forth, just trying to figure out. And Pyro gets the hit. Down goes the Outsiders. Well played to Gun.
Nice. That was a nice one to watch. That was well played.
Yep, definitely was.
Yeah, now we'll just take a look at the rest of the map and see what is going on here. So as you can see on your screen there, we've got a pretty good spread for the teams at the moment, just sitting around the map. We've got, of course, BBC up here with the likes of Odyssey and Vibrant off to the side as well. So potential of shots going across in that direction. You can see Optic putting them in towards Falak. So a bit of fighting going down there towards the south of the zone, and Reverb are going to be going yeet and christening the match officially. So thanks for that.
There we go, and we got two spots where we've got the teams fairly close together. That, of course, being here with the team from Odyssey and the team from BBC, who's now just rotated up towards the south there. Supreme putting that quick thirst in. And then, of course, we see another potential over in the cement factory. We've got the Natural Killers and the players there from INV. But in the meantime, team here from Odyssey just clearing up the area, making sure that there's no one else in this compound here, as they've just taken down, well, that player from, well, that was what, for luck that they took down. Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you can see, the remainder of the teams now all slowly but surely making their way up in towards that north. Waiting for those last few teams, of course, now to start heading up in towards that northwestern side. As you can see, we've got Spaza 6 and INV fairly close to Potvosto. Moving up bit by bit, the Natural Killers also right there behind them. And also, of course, we've got the players there from EFX as well as Unique up in that northeastern corner. So for them, it's fairly easy, just heading straight west, you know, trying to make that push in towards that zone. Of course, the players here from INV getting their movement going slowly but surely, moving up. And of course, the players then from, well, Spaza 6 just up ahead of them. And we're also seeing Vibe and Reluctant getting a little bit close there in Villa as well.
Yeah, some potential for the fights to break out. We'll see if INV and the crew from Spaza there maybe start putting those hits across. Natural Killers also could get caught up in that fight as they move on, you know, as they do just sort of close in towards the zone. The blue zone is making its way in. Of course, it does take a little bit of time, so it won't be here immediately, but the rotator will have to come in eventually. Of course, like you said, EFX and of course the team from Unique will need to move in towards the west, get into that zone. Most of the teams already sitting comfortably in there. Oh, INV trying to put the hits across, actually going to land. Wow, there goes Juicy.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit of a catch out right there.
Yeah, well played. So, well, the Natural Killers are getting picked off, and now the INV team potentially about to engage with the players here from Spaza. So hoping to see that, as we are sitting on 19 teams, 71 players still in the zone. And, well, it's only going to get tougher and tougher, but we're also seeing the players there from Odyssey rotating up towards the north, moving in bit by bit, but INV still battling it out right here with the players. Oh, there we go. Inspector getting hit by that molly. Oh, this might be it. Oh, man. Quick peek around that corner, puts the shot straight up into them. And, of course, the remainder of the INV team sitting up in the north.
Yeah, Inspector's down for the count there. They know it. The thirst comes in nice and quick for them. Of course, now the rest of INV, they might just want to sort of back off of this one coming in. We've seen actually a team push in after a situation like this and get instantly taken out. Really bad idea. Don't do it. So I think INV just need to move back out, get themselves in the zone, just play for the long game once again. You know, that's really when you're down and out when it comes to sort of man count and you're like 1 or 2 players left, trying to go for that long game is probably a better idea unless you can get the drop on someone like really crazy. So that's probably the best idea for them. The rest of the teams now in the north moving their way on in. Teams looking pretty snug in there. I mean, they're close, but they still have a little bit of space in between them.
Yeah, well, we're seeing that team there from the Natural Killers, of course, now getting quite close to the team from House of Anubis. And, of course, we got the Dragons just to the north of them. So there's a potential for a bit of a 3-way fight to break out on that side. And now the players here from Spaza are making their way in towards that zone. We've got INV still over towards the north, and then Quest sitting up in Mount Kresnik. So let's see where Spaza will go. Are they going to rotate up and head up into that Mount Kresnik position? Or they're going to just find another comfy spot in the zone? You can see several teams now just sitting there. The Citizens also have the team there from EFX closing in, as well as Unique all the way up in that northern part. You can see Unique now making their push up, trying to get in towards zone. INV just waiting on the inside of zone here, trying to see if there's anyone moving up behind them.
Yeah, I mean, these teams, as they get in towards the zone, they're not going to have very long to actually get comfortable. You can see that blue zone is making its way on in, so it is going to close up very soon. The new zone will be chosen. A couple of pot shots coming in from now. Not going to hit too much on anything, so no knockouts just yet. But yeah, these teams are eventually going to have to start rotating pretty soon. So these 68 players, 19 teams, they're going to be reduced by a pretty decent margin in the coming zone, I think.
Yeah, and you can see the teams, of course, now also starting to spread themselves out, you know, throughout the zone in anticipation for the zone shift. You can see the players there. We've got quite a central spread, you know, with the teams all kind of lined up in a sense from west to east. But now that zone moves up, so the players are very scattered throughout that zone, and we only have 3 teams. Well, make it 5 that need to make their way up in towards the zone. That, of course, being those 3 teams that we got up in that northeastern corner. And then, of course, well, now just the team there from iEnvy who's making their way in. Unique, also fairly close to the team there from EFX. So maybe we might see some action there. But, I mean, iEnvy now just moving up in towards that Mount Kresnik position where we've got the players there from Quiet Storm. But it seems like they're heading straight past it, rotating up further in towards the zone. So yet again, some action about to, well, happen on this map as the teams now head in and onwards.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're hoping for at the moment. You can see a number of teams concentrated around the Goroka area. We've got House of Anubis there, we've got Quest, we've got the Dragons, we even have iEnvy moving up, we've got the Natural Killers off to the side. So a potential place for a couple of fights to start breaking out down there. Of course, we also have Vibe and the crew there from Spaza Gaming down there towards Villa. So maybe some fights happening there, but there it is, iEnvy getting clapped.
Yep, just like that. Rushing right into House of Anubis, sending them right into the lobby. So well done, well played. Vibe, of course, now, as you can see, just making their way around. The players there from Spaza Gaming just off to the side over towards their southeast position. And we're also seeing several players now still moving up, shots still flying across. Now we might maybe see the players from Quest rolling up in towards House of Anubis, but it all depends, of course, on where the zone's going to go. The team here from Unique now trying to find their spot. The Dragons, of course, just up ahead of them, and Vibe still picking away at the team. Spaza just off in the distance, you can see there.
Yeah, we'll see if Pounds can land these shots. He is trying to, definitely putting the spray across to try and catch anyone out, but not going to find anyone just at the moment. But, I mean, the shots are starting to fly now across the board. We'll see if Vibe can maybe just put them in across towards Spaza Gaming. In the meantime, of course, we have Unique and the players there from Quest, who are pretty close to one another as well, putting a couple of shots across to the respective teams there.
Yeah, there we go. So they all now just making their way around, and they are pretty surrounded. Team there from Quest just putting up in the surrounding area there. Sorry, as you can see, is down and out. Ooh, Hainsley getting knocked out in the process as well. Let's see, will Rash be able to get this? He's moving in. Oh, down he goes. So now it's riding on Wargod. Will he get it? Oh, so close. So MG is the last hope for the team. Will he be able to? Well, it's MG and Zalkra, of course, but they are quite some distance away from the remainder of the team.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. You could see Zelkra did move in, Sully just passing by as well, the distance in that vehicle. But Zelkra's not playing around this rock because Unique is sitting right inside this house. They're obviously trying to just recuperate a little bit, but Zelkra has to do so much work here if he wants to get to Wargod and maybe get a res in and try and just put the team back up. But he has to worry about Sully, who's just driving back and forth with this car behind him, so he doesn't get shot from behind.
Well, MG has now moved up as well, but it seems like MG and Zalkro are going to maybe potentially rotate up to another position as well. There's so many players still left in the zone, and the zone has, of course, now shifted up once again, heading once more to that western side. So we're seeing several teams now having to make their move. Well, there's not a lot of them, though, but I mean, we still have about 3 or 4 teams having to come in towards zone. So the Natural Killers just coming in. We've got the Citizens still held up in that northern section. Quiet Storm sitting over towards the east. And of course, then the players there from Spaza Gaming having to rotate away from Villa and make their way up in towards zone.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get that happening. In the meantime, though, we've still got a lot of teams surrounding this area and potentially some fights to break out. Of course, we've got Unique, we've got even the Natural Killers just trying to get those hits across. So we'll see.
Yeah, well, we got MG now starting his engagement with the players there from the Natural Killers, and of course Unique now closing in on Zalkro. The shots just coming in. Zalkro taking quite a bit of damage. Ooh, MG now returning some fire over towards the players there from Unique. So they haven't gotten away just yet. But of course now the Natural Killers moving up from behind as well. So it's quite difficult there for MG to get those shots in. Because if he focuses on the one team, the next team then of course comes in with their third party shots.
Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely a difficult position to be in, especially with that little bait that we saw from Sully there earlier, just driving back and forth to really draw some attention. Could make it things difficult. So, you know, the sound cues are there, the shots, even everything's really just detracting from these players to try and clutch this out and get the wins. It's difficult, you know, everything's making this so difficult for all the teams. The pressure is definitely on at the moment. The question is who is going to crack and who is going to succeed.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. The zone, of course, now slowly but surely closing in now. The blue zone making its way. So it's going to be interesting to see where the zone's going to shift to next. You can see the teams, of course, still quite spread out. 18 teams, 63 players. We're heading up in towards our third zone now. So it's going to be really, really interesting seeing where these teams are going and how they're going to play this one. Because it's going to get super, super tough moving into the next few zones. You know, there's only so much space. And, well, everyone wants to get up and get that chicken dinner. So you're going to see what, you know, how persistent these players can be in pushing, pushing for that chicken dinner.
Yeah. I mean, that's really going to be the thing because, like you said, as the zone moves up, you know, it's going to get smaller and smaller. There's very little space to begin with as is. All the teams are already inside here, already fighting for tight spaces. And as the zone moves in, it's just going to make things even more and more difficult, more pressure, less space to move around in, really. And, well, we'll see how that plays out. At the moment, you can see the players now just slowly but surely moving on in, making their way up. Ski-Doo just here off to the side, trying to get a little bit of an inkling to where these players are sitting, where exactly they are, so you can start putting those shots across. Players really starting to get closer in that blue zone as well, moving up now, ready to choose that next zone. It is going to drop any moment now, and the shots are going to fly.
Yeah, and Ainsley with a beautiful grin that he sent right over there, you know, putting that knock in towards Zalcro. So Zalcro is slowly but surely now bleeding out to its left, up to MG to defend against the remainder of, well, all the teams in the surrounding area. So the natural killers now having rotated further south. So it's just MG going up against the players here from Unique. So we'll see if he's able to clutch it out. House of Anubis also not too far away, as you can see them just off in the distance there. And, well, there we go. That zone now, we have Blink and the players there from Spaza Gaming also getting quite cozy. Very, very close together. So we might see a few shots now coming up from that side. Also have Reluctant closing in very, very close to the area there, of course, being in Goroka. So, yeah, we might see this Goroka zone. If that happens, it is going to be a very interesting one because it's it's quite an urban section there.
Yep. So we'll see how it plays out for the moment. Of course, we will see how these teams are going to play around this zone, which has, of course, shifted a little bit. And as you say, it seems to be centering around the Goroka area. So maybe we'll see that little bit of urban battles or potentially something on those lines. But for now, most of the teams just moving their way on up in towards that zone. We've got BBC coming in there from the south. We've got the Citizens up towards the north. The Dragons also just there towards the northeast, moving down. We've got Temper on towards the west over there, as well as Ikasi, who are very close to the team from Oxium and Odyssey. They're just in a little bit of a line. A couple of players packed towards the southeast as well. We've got the Blink team. We've got the Spaza Gaming team. We've got Reluctant and Vibe as well down there. So, yeah, we've got some pretty good groupings here of the teams on this map and some potential for a lot of fights to break out in the soon times. In the soon times.
Yeah,
is that a thing?
In the soon times.
Soon,
so
yeah,
we'll find out. We'll find out in the soon times what exactly is going to happen with the teams. As you know, we've got a few of them making their move around. We've got the Citizens. Oh, there we go. Some shots coming in from Riggs there. So the team from Oxy putting some hits in. We've got some more engagement happening. I mean, that is what we've been waiting for the shots to just start flying. And I think we're going to see so much of that. BBC now just putting that assault onto the gun team. Oh, man, that is what we want.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's definitely what we want. And, well, the shots are flying even for Odyssey up here towards just the western side, but the zoners are going to move in just again, and it's going to slap all the way down towards the south there. That's going to be a difficult zone right there. That's going to force all these teams to rotate in. 61 players that are needing to fit in towards the zone now. It's going to be one hell of a dash for the real estate.
It is going to be, because that section of the map also, there's not a lot of compounds in that region, you know, so it's going to be quite challenging seeing where these teams are going to go. It is fairly exposed. and well, everyone is hungry for kills. And the teams are now slowly but surely making their way up. As you can see, Inkosi now just about to start rotating in. Sunny and them already moving up. Some shots now flying up there between the players from Spaza Gaming and Vibrant. Oh, there we go. The shots, of course, going off. Berserk getting knocked out in the process. They're waiting now to see where these teams are going to rotate. We've got the players from Citizen already making their move up, and they might just very well bump into Inkosi that is just rotated up, as you can see on the screen. Players, of course, from Odyssey fairly comfortable in their position, having positioned themselves fairly well in the previous rotation of the zone. Citizens not just getting hit there by the Inkosi team. We've got Temple also still just off in distance.
Yeah, so we'll see how this goes. At the moment, Spaza Gaming getting hit pretty hard by Vibrant. They're actually going to get wiped out down at the bottom there, and this is what we knew was going to happen. It was bound to happen as these teams start to rotate up. As they try and get in there, you can see Citizens now putting the hits in it towards Inkosi as well. There's a whole lot of teams up towards the north. There's a whole lot of teams towards the east and the west. Just tons of teams trying to make their way in towards the zone, trying to get into that real estate before it becomes too crowded. But we know it is going to get crowded, and the shots will definitely be flying up, and now Blink even getting hit as well by Vibrant.
Yeah, and Vibrant also taking a few shots in the process. We're waiting now to see what Six is going to do. He's going to rotate up, but you can see the team here from Inkosi now still trying to find that angle on the Citizens just up ahead of them. So Inkosi is still sitting on all 4 players. So they have a pretty good fighting chance there. It all depends on what angles they can find on the teams. And of course, if they can then capitalize on that. But you can see, oh, there we go. Blink putting some shots into the Vibrant team. So 1 player remaining for Vibrant, that of course being Pounds. But in the meantime, Inkosi is still doing a bit of back and forth here. Gun also now getting involved. House of Anubis and the Natural Killers also battling it out. There we go. Citizens now getting hit. That is what we want to see. The shots coming in from all sides.
Yeah, and speaking about shots, Quiet Storm is going to get caught out there. They were in the blue zone, they got gatekeeped, and well, they have just been sent back as well. And now we're going to be left with our 16 teams, our 47 players now, and well, Citizens getting hit, and this is going to be insane. This zone shifting all the way to the south, it's tiny, and all these players have to fit in there. This is going to be insane.
Yeah. Well played to Inkosi though for getting that squad wipe, and Inkosi now just sitting on, well, 2 more players. Frieza and Sunny just ripping it up, putting those hits straight in towards Temper. So 14 teams remaining, and all the teams, of course, now just stepping it up to the next level. Got some grins now flying across between the team here from EFX and the players, of course, they're from Quest. As you can see, EFX now looking quite thirsty as the whole squad is now actually rotating up to support their player. Just trying to find those hits. MG being the last one once again. The Dragons also now engaging with House of Anubis all the way on that eastern side. So the numbers are falling fairly quickly as all the teams are now just forced together, and the shots are now just flying all over the place.
Yeah. And we knew this was going to happen. There were so many players that needed to get in here. We knew these numbers had to get dropped. They had to be culled. They had to be made smaller. And that's exactly what's happening. And it's not going to stop because these teams have such a small space to fight over. There is no space for everyone. Only one team can walk away with the chicken. And well, that is exactly what these teams are fighting for at the moment. The hits coming through. Some nice shots from EFX. We've also got Odyssey and Blink taking some hits. Just everyone across the board is just taking shots.
And Vile just sneaking in that third party right there on EFX. Already trying to, escape the blue zone and getting hit in the process. So Reverb is now the last one left. And of course, the players here from House of Anubis also getting caught out in that blue zone. Pronto just trying to out-heal it, but I don't think they're going to be able to make it. Oh, there we go. Natural Killers finishing off the EFX team. As you can see, them just making their dash up in towards zone. So we are left with 11 teams in the blue zone doing a crazy amount of damage to the teams, as some of them are, of course, getting caught out in the blue zone. Oxy getting hit in the process. Now Unique just tapping away, gatekeeping them ever so slightly as they're trying to find their way up into the zone. The Dragons now also getting hit. Off they go into the lobby. Blink now pushing up once more.
Oh man, this is just getting so difficult. Blink trying to push up into Odyssey. We've got House of Anubis about to be knocked out as well by that blue zone. We've got Reluctant up there. We've got the Natural Killers, Unique, Inkosi, Oxy, and BBC now getting hit. There's Gun Everyone is just trying to move in. They're getting caught out left and right, be it the blue zone, be it the crosshairs, be it anything at this point. These teams are just taking so much damage.
Wow, this is just insane. The teams are just going absolutely ham in this round. And as you can see, the natural killers also now just getting taken down. So we are down to 4 teams. Odyssey getting blown up by the team there from Blink. So we've got Gun, Reluctant, Blink, and Unique. That is who we have. So let's see, will they be who's going to come out victorious in this one? Because what an interesting turnout it is, though. I mean, it's so difficult to predict who's going to get up into that chicken dinner position.
Yeah.
And these teams are just putting up a fantastic fight.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This has just been so difficult, so tight for these teams to play around at the moment. We've got 4 of them remaining now. These 4 teams have to fight out for the win. It's Reluctant, it's Gun, it's Unique, and of course the players there from Blink. One of these teams is going to walk away with that chicken. The question is who, and Luffy trying to put the hits into Reluctant at the moment. They are trying to get the leg up. They are trying to find that just that little bit of advantage that's going to get them over that finish line. The question is who's going to find it first. The shot's now flying across. There's so little space, it's not even a question anymore. It's just who can find the hits.
Yeah, and we've got a 3v4, 3v3v3v4. So 3 of the teams sitting on 3 players, and of course Reluctant sitting on a full squad still. So we got some great numbers coming into this final zone, seeing where the teams are going to go to. As you can see, the players there from Blink slowly but surely closing in on Reluctant. Unique also just tapping away. So a lot of focus now being put on the players there from Reluctant, so making it quite difficult for them. Maestro now getting hit, and the teams, of course, now as you can see, just in kill feed lighting it up. Gun making their dash up in towards zone. Unique just up ahead of them. It's going to be a very difficult entry for them as well. And well, we have a Blink now putting some more shots into Gun.
Yeah, I don't think the shots will stop now. They're just playing around the cover that they have, be it rocks or maybe inclines, anything, trees, anything they can get themselves behind to try and stop the shots from coming in. Gun in the crosshairs of Unique, but Hate's trying to put the shots in, and everyone's taking serious damage at the moment, and we have 3 teams remaining. Oh man.
Yeah, Reluctant taking out the team there from Blink. Shots still flying up they come. Oh! Gun and Unique getting hit. Reluctant still alive. I mean, they've only lost 1 player up against the team there from Blink trying to move up in towards them. Let's see. Reluctant's got a pretty good chance to get the clutch on this, and they take out Gun.
Oh yeah. I think this might be it. Unique.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can hold on to this one. Skidoo has so much work to do against 3 of the Reluctant players who already have such a good kill count. I think this is done. Reluctant now just need to close it out. Easy peasy for them if they can just get the peak on. It's done and dusted. Oh,
great shot though. And yeah. Whoop, there it is. So the players from Reluctant coming in with that chicken dinner. Well done, well played. Managed to get themselves a very comfortable 11 kills in that one. And then, of course, Unique coming in on 2nd place. And we had the team there from Gun finishing up in 3rd place. So well done, well played. Pretty great performance that we had there from Reluctant.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a very, very interesting game, to be sure. I mean, the rotations in the early one were really, really important, especially when the zone landed. A lot of teams got in there immediately, or at least quite quickly, which is really, really good. The positioning was great, and then we really just saw them fighting it out for the positions, getting the angles on there, and ultimately, I mean, yeah, what a great set of games. So I'm a really good way to end this out. I'm keen to see what the analysts have to say about this.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much once again, DK and Bashi. Indeed, what a play coming in from Reluctant to say. I mean, the way they moved on in round 2 has certainly been showcased in right here, day number 2 of semifinals. Wonderful performance.
Absolutely. You know, the games of Vikendi tend to go on for too long. And, you know, the best part about Vikendi is that you tend to coexist amongst one another. So many compounds just beside each other. Nobody wants to take down. And, well, Reluctant, oh my goodness, Blitz, 6 kills. He was on prowl. And it was too difficult over there for the other team to, you know, really go against a 1v3 situation and try to clutch it out because his position was compromised after he took with that first knock, he could just not do much over there. But yes, Reluctant, with the way they rotated, with the way they were holding on, and they were waiting for the right opportunity to strike. And wherever they got that moment, they went in, got the kills, and got the chicken dinner.
But you know what? I had high hopes right then as we moved into the final circle, as we looked at the top 4 teams.
Yeah.
I genuinely did. It did seem like, to me at least, that Gun could very well do it.
Yes.
They had all 4 man standing and they were so very close. The position was right. I mean, but again, the way it was circle once again, the way it all pushes you forth to get into the fight or be knocked out.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the way Circle plays a lot of curveballs.
Right.
This time we saw it going towards Krichas, and that's the best part about Vikendi. The first circle hitting you outright, then it goes on an even shift. And like I mentioned, after the fifth circle,
Right.
you face another curveball. So you need to know, you have to be lucky so that the circle will come in and favor you. So Reluctant, they know how to play around, and that was a very good outing from them, and got the chicken dinner. And I would love to see where they stand now after this particular game.
Absolutely. Now, up until now, this is only day number 2 semi-finals, right?
Yeah.
We've had a look at Team Vibe. We've had a look at Natural Killers. With that, of course, right now we just witnessed some wonderful, wonderful play coming in from Reluctant SA. And with that, as you look at the leaderboard, GG's indeed. For this match, of course, it is Reluctant SA on first, and based on the number of kills Gun got, they are on number 2nd.
Yeah, absolutely. Gamers United Nations, they were in for a brawl. They did take a lot of kills, but NF Unique, having a
Yes.
very, very, dismal performance during the second round. They still managed to come up third in this one round. Inkosi, House of Anubis, Nibble ODC, all those teams that, we kind of always see on the next half of the page
Right.
did come up today. So that's the best part about having multiple maps. Certain maps are your strong advantage. Certain maps are somewhere you're not comfortable at. So there you go. And even talking about God Sent Temper. So a team that first time onwards, I
Right.
can see them struggling this time around. So we can conclude with the fact that the teams have played so many games, have been beaten so many times down, but now they have risen. They know how to play against them. They know what are the weak points out there, and as a result of which they have already been facing some trouble out there. So today when the day started, they were on the 3rd position, not too
Right.
shabby, but we are accustomed to see them on the 1st.
Exactly.
And now that they are not having a good day, even both the games today around, they were not that good.
You know what,
Yeah.
though? Sorry to cut you off. I somehow get the feeling that it is, after all, well, Shakespeare temper that we're talking about. Once again, it is very likely that they are trying to utilize this weekend, the first
Yeah.
semi-final weekend, as sort of like a base ground to understand what the other teams are up to, what the other teams are going to be favoring as far as individual maps are concerned, and therefore they're playing this sort of low-key based game right now.
Well, maybe they are trying to experiment things around,
Maybe.
because taken up by a new org, then you have a lot of changes, things happening. Maybe something outside the game that is being a matter of problem. But yes, we still believe that this team has a lot of potential, can make those comebacks happen. So as the overall standings will come up after this, I would love to see as to where the things have panned out for all these teams.
Absolutely, because this is looking indeed wonderful, because semi-finals, who would have expected this sort of a grind that these guys have been up to? Round number 1, round number 2, moving finally into the semi-finals. It has genuinely paid off. It certainly has paid off. And looking at this match, of course, we saw Inkosi there with 8 kills.
Yeah.
Talk about map selection. This team, when you talk about round 1 and round 2, we're not looking so comfortable on an angle perhaps, but
Yeah.
throw them on Vikendi and here you go. Wow.
Maybe that could have been the case, but Gamers United Nations getting the top spot for themselves, 75 points. Natural Killers not too far behind, 67 points, and on the 2nd position, followed by INV Gaming taking another beautiful chicken dinner today round. So all the matches that we have, 4 different matches, 4 different teams taking the chicken dinner.
Absolutely, and as the story continues on to the 2nd page, we have For You Quest on 9th with 11 kills and 30 38 points to them. Blink again. Blink has been very consistent in their performance today, but indeed when it comes to the overall leaderboard, you're looking at 8 kills and 36 points. Dark Dragon on 11th, and as we move on forth, again, this is only day number 2 of the semi-finals, so of course the story is going to continue along, and the leaderboard is going to be fluctuating and shifting as we progress along the next 3 weekends. That is the duration of the semi-finals itself. And moving on to the final page, we have White Storm Esports on 20th, Outsider Officials on 19th, Citizens on 18th, and Team Vibe.
Well, quite Storm Esports and Team Vibe. I'm mostly surprised to see Team Vibe struggling
Yes,
over there,
yes.
because this was a team that was playing phenomenal in round
True.
2, and quite Storm Esports had a good run in the round 1. After which they have had their bad games, and continuing that, and somehow they did manage to come into semi-finals. But right now you have to up your ants, or
Yeah.
otherwise you are going to be eliminated.
Exactly, that is what this is story for you is going to be, because after all, this 3 weekends, that is all you get, right? The next 3 upcoming weekends is all U20 teams get, after which of course there will be some selections, there will be a few teams that will be chucked out, because 16 teams move into the semi-finals, so do not take it lightly. Of course, the first weekend itself, we can expect all the teams to try and understand what sort of drop locations and zones are other teams favoring on individual maps, but as we move on from this weekend to the next of the semi-finals, we do expect that much more aggressive plays from all the teams, and with that, we do sadly reach the end of our PUBG Mobile segment. Do stick around as we go on a short break. Coming right up is Tekken 7. Hello and welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV, and what's about to get started right now is some Tekken 7. This is the 6th week that the league's been running, and it has been a phenomenal journey thus far. I'm your host, Blotto. Joining me on the analyst desk to share more conversations and chit-chat when it comes to the Tekken 7 players, it is Phoenix once again. Welcome, dude.
Thanks a lot, Phoenix. Oh, thanks a lot, Blotter, for the introduction. I was just watching the Tekken 7 Evo 2019 fights, and
Oh,
there's
wow.
a player one chosen the Phoenix, so I was just a little bit confused. But let's start the conversation.
Absolutely.
Today we have one of my favorite character, Callum versus T4Jin, and I really want to expect that Callum is going to win. I really want that Callum wants to win because he's my favorite player. And if we talk about his favorite character is Eddie.
Right.
Every single player just fan of his acrobatics and his moves. It's really unpredictable because you didn't know what Eddie is going to do in his next move. So yeah, that's why I like him. But if we talk
Absolutely.
about T4 Jin, which character is going to choose? Is he going to choose Jin or some another character that I'm going to tell? And but I just want to go that Callum is going to win today's game.
Well, that will certainly be the expectations from all the viewers as well. But on the other side, I mean, talking about T4 Jin, he hasn't had the most sprawling starts
Oh, yeah.
up until now. But indeed, that does not mean that the story could not change. The story can certainly flip around onto its axes, and we could very well see T4 Jin take that victory away. But then again, that is where the 60 seconds come into play, and that is where the 3 rounds are going to matter so much more for these players.
Yeah, that's true. And this is Umzansi League. Anything can happen every second because this is absolutely, we are talking about Tekken 7. You don't rely on your attacks. You just have to also focus that what other player is doing, because if T4 Jin do a sidestep, then he is going to launch you. Then trust me, Callum, you're not going to get a single chance to get into your posture and fight back because T4 Jin is quite aggressive. But if we talk about aggressive, Callum is the same. He's one of the most
Yes.
aggressive player as well. But Callum is smart as well because whenever he
Yo,
starts
that's
losing,
not to imply that other players are not smart playing against him.
Yeah.
I have to bring that up because again, the last game that I remember,
Yeah.
Callum went up against Iggy Daddy.
Oh, yeah.
Where indeed, I mean, either it was Callum just out of respect,
Oh, yeah.
not playing the game, because again, Iggy Daddy, my apologies there, is certainly a very well-versed player and a very well-known player as well in the entire community. But then indeed, when it comes to that wonderful streak that Callum was on,
Yeah.
that was taken away because of that one match, that last match that he went up against Iggy Daddy. Once again, though, coming back along,
Yeah,
he's
that's-
probably going to be wanting to get back on that streak and perhaps to the top of that leaderboard as well.
yeah, that's true. And you just mentioned Iggy Daddy. He is able to control any character. He's
Right.
so versatile. He's using any single character. He's done mastery in 7 characters. I'm fan of Iggy Daddy as well. But I hope that today Callum is going to play up to the mark and going to show his best and win today's game.
Absolutely, but before we segue into the game, let's quickly showcase what the storyline has been thus far. And what I'm talking about is, of course, the leaderboard that showcases the story for now. As we move into week number 6, Dax is on top of this standing list, looking really good with 3 matches and 3 wins to him. Pretty close is Iggy Daddy, not that far behind, and Gallium on 3rd.
Yeah, that's true. But if you talk about these 2 players as well as C4 M-Dog, all the 3 players played 4 matches, but they won only 3. But DaxPD just played 3 matches and able to win all the 3 matches. So
Right.
we can say DaxPD is one of the most strongest competitor here. But T4 Jin, he played 4 matches as well, but won only 2. So I'm a little bit worried about him. But let's see what is going to happen. The thing is, T4 Jin can change the time as well. Maybe
Yes.
he's going to win today. Yeah, anything can happen in Tekken 7.
Absolutely. With that, of course, let's get this game started. Over to our casters, who once again are going to be none other than Mr. Chocolates and Gas Mask Guy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deskman. I would just like to inform you that tonight is now Mr. Production rather than Mr. Chocolates. I'm your host, Mr. Gas Mask Guy, and tonight I am with the one, the only, the infamous AK Mr. Production. How are you doing, Mr. Production?
Thank you so much for that awesome intro, Gasmeski. Really appreciate you. Fun fact, we're brothers. The Demolition Brothers.
Oh, she actually brought that out there, man. Yeah, are you excited for tonight's games? We got
Yes,
Callum.
I am, yeah.
We got Callum versus T4 Jin. Who are you feeling for tonight?
Well, I mean, I love the Backdash King, Callum Beukes, but, you know, when it comes to the Paul Phoenix, Got to go into his corner, man.
You can't go in the same corner as me, man. Like I'm T4 Jin all the way. He's been my pick since day one.
Then in that case, I'm feeling that capoeira, man. Let's see some kick-ass capoeira combos.
Yeah, I'm keen. And I know that tonight's actually going to be quite a tough matchup for both players because you're on the one side, you got T4 Jin, who's got one of the most highest damaging characters in the game, against one of the best movement characters in the game. So both players are going to have it out for them tonight. Oh, did you see what they randomed?
Oh, Infinite
that is so unfair.
Already 1 point to my side of the corner. With
No, you can't call it that. You can't call it that early, man.
But let's see what they're gonna do in this matchup. I'm feeling. I feel like T4 Jin can put on a lot of pressure and keep that gap closed between the two of them.
Yeah, but it's kind of impossible against the Movement King. Like he's gonna backdash out of every bit of like thing he does here.
Looks that way, and it looks like we might have a desync.
Already?
Already. Great start to the matchup.
Okay, well, obviously it's going to be a remake.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So yeah, it's a bit lucky that, well, obviously they're going to select the correct stage again. So they're going to have the same situation as an infinite stage is always going to be better on Callum's side because he can run away from all the pressure.
So what would happen in a situation like that? Would they have to re-choose that same stage? How does it work in terms of tournament stuff?
I feel like, to be fair, like you would select the same stage. Like
yeah. I mean, it would be the right thing to do, yeah.
But sometimes I might get a little bit of adrenaline, just spam X and then go straight into random again, just to be.
I noticed T4 Jin also, with his style. We played a bit of him today, Gasmeski and myself, and he really took us to town, didn't he?
I don't want to talk about what happened today. I got dominated. I'm still trying to get back into everything. But yeah, he's looking really good. I feel like he has been practicing all day. So is Callum. I heard that he was at Iggy Daddy's house. He's training with his dad, trying to get some knowledge on the matchup.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, both players are very strong. But in terms of the ladder, it looks like T4 Jin is near the bottom, whereas Callum is at the top. I mean, I think T4 Jin really needs this win if he's going to try and win this whole tournament for us.
Yeah, I feel like if he gets this win, he's actually going to climb to the top 4 because he would knock Callum down out of his spot. And the top 3 are all on the same points, but Dax is sitting comfortably there with double. He's got 2 games in hand. I think he's playing twice next week, so he's going to have to obviously he's going to have to get those W's next week. And yeah.
That's gonna be some hype matches, yeah. I mean, if you look at the tier list, though, I mean, in terms of tonight's match, you've got T4 Jin's Paul Phoenix, which is quite high up on the list.
I think he's the second most played character in Tekken. So
they seriously need to nerf him in the next patch, yeah.
I disagree. Being a poor man myself, I can't be a part of this nerf. I feel like he's fine just the way he is. They've done their damage to him already.
I mean, if you had to nerf him or if you had to buff him, I mean, do you want to keep him the same or do you want to buff him? Because I mean, if we had to nerf him,
moves. I was gonna say season 4 is all about movesets. So what I think that they should do is give him a new rage drive. I know I'm saying all these things that are quality of life.
A rage drive.
No,
really?
Not rage drive. Rage art. No, rage
drive.
Art.
Yes.
No, I'm correct. It is rage drive. But if you give him the demo man rage drive.
No, man, that's
that'd be
that's
so
a 50-50.
Yeah, exactly. So it's either you get hit by the blue death fist or you get hit by the demo man. It's a sick combo, a sick combination to do. But I feel like the next season they're gonna try and shake things up again because this game has been going on for quite a while.
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's some quality changes you want for Armor King.
Oh, yes, definitely. 100%. First of all, he definitely needs a new rage drive. I think you and Mr. Chocolates have been speaking about that for a while. Yeah. And just some more pokes and just some more...
Says the man with the most amount of pokes on his character.
Yeah, but I utilized them
about
all.
Getting buffed.
Yeah, but I mean, look, coming back to the game tonight, I really think both these players are strong. A lot of these players have been performing very well this season, and as a South African myself, I'm very proud of the way they've been playing.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you can always just get more excited for what's going to be happening every single week because you don't know who's going to actually show up.
What? He randomed Infinite Azure again.
It's Hex.
As we can see here, the win rate is 38% for T4Jin, 62 for Callum Beukes.
Oh yeah, the personal matchup. I don't think he knows the matchup for Eddie.
Yeah?
Yeah, it could be the issue that him not knowing enough knowledge on the actual matchup.
Well, he's not exactly a traditional style character, so he can't exactly just go in normally and just put pressure. He has to be very aware with those lows and those capoeira moves.
Yeah, Eddie's movement. Look at him. He's getting away from him.
Backdash. Hey, but T4Jin showing he's got some backdashes of his own. Look at that girl.
He's trying to come in, but he doesn't want to go in too quickly because, yeah, if he goes in way too quick, he's just going to get... Oh, here comes the big boy combos already.
Big boy. Here we go. Nice. Gets a little poke at the end.
And look, you see what I mean? He backdashes right out of there. He gets what he wants it, and then he's like, I'm out. Oh, you see? The approach being denied.
But I mean, he's got the health lead. He doesn't need to go to him.
Yeah, but he still does. Callum is here. He's here to set a precedent from what happened last week. He's like, nope, I'm here.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate... Oh, there we go. Oh, nice closing of the gap there.
Yeah, I think he wants to prove a point from what happened last week. No
Yeah,
respect
agree,
going to be given.
But you're definitely right about not going in too fast, because then that gets
What
happening.
a punish!
Waiting
I'm
for
telling
it.
you, he's got the mindset. He's got the T4Jin got really unlucky with this random select.
He did, yeah, and sure, and he's taking full
Another
advantage
one.
too. Oh,
And there he goes again. It's like so unreal. Like he gets the advantage and he just runs away.
that's the way to do it, though. I mean, in this game, there's two styles. You can either just go and pummel the guy till he's out, or get
I
that
feel like
life lead and
T4Jin needs to switch characters, man.
Yo, I
hate
don't know.
it,
He seems to be doing alright. Paul's got some decent crushing lows.
Yeah, the problem is he can't get in. Well, like
Yeah,
I'm saying that now, like
unfortunately.
he's got the life lead right now, but there's the down for 2 mash. You just gotta keep that.
Ooh,
Drops the
Doesn't-
deathness though.
that would have been that. He really needed that.
Yeah, he would have capitalized on a lot of more damage there, but it's fine.
Nice poke.
Yeah, you don't have to go in. You don't have to go. Just leave him.
Yeah.
Oh, he
hasn't
didn't
finished.
finish the
Yo!
demo, man. Okay, we still gets it.
takes the round. Yeah, showing Callum that he's not out yet, and proving Gasmasky wrong that Paul Phoenix can do this.
No, don't. Hey. I feel like Paul's the best character in the game for a reason.
Oh,
there's
your
the down
favorite
forward
move,
too.
down forward too.
He just cashes out with a death fist.
But
Not rising that damage. Callum's gonna
Not
show him how to optimize.
rolling around saying, "No, stay away from me."
Yeah, just mash out down forward too. It's the best option.
Oh, not looking so good.
That relax.
Ooh, first you don't
Oh, the
succeed.
slidey gets caught again. That's the third time he's been caught by that low.
He's not checking his lows, unfortunately. Ooh,
Oh,
does
does
he
this
get
work?
it? It does.
This is a lot of damage.
Oh,
And it
ties
killed
it up.
as well.
Nice. Went for the safety
T4Jin
option.
is real.
That was definitely a good choice from T4Jin. Yeah, he could have done the delay hop kick, but he decided rather just to stick with the
Yeah,
safe.
get the raw damage out. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I feel
That
like
was
he's got the
crazy.
flow now. Ooh.
Yeah, that mid's not gonna hit. You're gonna have to go a little lower than that.
Demo man's the way to take him out, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, like,
Backdash.
Callum's movement's gonna backdash out of a demo, man.
But you see, I don't know if you've noticed, but Callum seems to be backdashing a lot and then sliding in. And if T4Jin wants to take this, oh, never
Oh,
mind.
no tick.
Ooh, gets the nope.
Should have done the other combo. Should have done the other combo. instead.
Oh, and that's gonna cost
and that's
him.
gonna punish. That guaranteed damage right at the end.
15 seconds. Oh, the slidey to take the
Takes
round.
it. That's a crazy first set. All those games went to like the last seconds. You know that.
I agree. I really honestly don't think that that T4Jin needs to switch this match. I think he's got a good strategy. It's working. He just has to watch out for those slideys.
You know what he needs? He needs walls. Like, that's what he needs. The
Well,
problem
you know-
is now... Wait, let me tell you. The problem is now, if he wins the next match, Callum's just going to go back to another infinite stage. You
Because
can't dodge
doing
it.
it. Yeah. You can't,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, and not just choose walls. Choose a small stage, like the Final Fantasy stage is quite nice, or even the
Hammerhead.
G
You
Corp.
think Hammerhead's small?
It's a
I
small
think
space.
G Corp
You
is
can-
one of the smallest maps.
It is probably, yeah. But that's if I had to choose, I'd go for G Corp or I'd go for Hammerhead. Yeah.
Dude, where's Dragon's Nest? Dragon's Nest is that hexagon small stages where you can bounce off each ball and just keep riding them around the stage. I don't know. It's a tough choice, though. It's a really tough situation. Like, if he gets another infinite stage, it's pretty much donezo. Like, trying to close the gap on Callum is super hard.
It is, but I don't know. The strat that Iggy used last... well, what stage do we have? The strategy that Iggy used last time was actually really good. He backdashed himself.
No, and he used intimidation. I'm your dad. He used intimidation.
Jungle outpost. Now we're
best
talking.
stage in the game, and also the best jungle outpost 1. Thank you, not 2.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean jungle outpost 2 is not too bad.
It's too bright,
but it's not
I
1.
can't handle, and it hasn't got the cool hype track of like jungle outpost 2.
Best track of the game, man. After the actual, is it Heat Haze?
No. If clubs had this music, I'd be there all night.
Just dancing on them, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. The ninjutsu outfit because he was never here.
He understands the strat, and he's gonna go with the gas masky strat of the ninja.
Yeah. The first 2 rounds don't count. I'm a shadow clone. Oh, that wall damage.
Nice. Dude, he's got disgusting wall damage.
Yeah, you know why though? Like this whole situation is. You can't backdash out of jungle outpost.
Oh,
You're in my
nice.
jungle now.
Oh, gets the full follow up.
That demo hit, was that counter hit?
Yeah, that was
That he got the full one,
guaranteed, yeah.
Yeah.
Tries to launch. Takes the... No break.
Dude, that's sick. Oh, counter hit! Oh, wait, back
What?
one. That should hit.
He doesn't matter. He says, I'll take the death fist instead. Ooh, right by the wall. That wall pressure.
Another demo, man. See what happens when you're in his jungle now.
100%. Hey, the whole switch of the pressure is just insane of how
Yeah, he has walls. He can actually push you to something.
Yeah, because you can't backdash and slide in. Ooh.
Nice counter. That was a good punish there.
Still trying to backdash, trying to get that space. Nice duck. Full combo. Here we go. Downstairs? No.
No. Off angle. Ooh, this dashing, aggressive dash.
That intimidation, hey? That death fist is dangerous, man.
What T4Jin doesn't.
Here we go.
Oh, dude, into rage. Both of them into rage now. No
Nice.
tick. What a quick 3-0. I told you. And what's gonna happen now? Let me think. Let me guess on what's actually gonna happen. Another infinite stage. It's gonna be another infinite stage.
If he chooses another infinite stage, he's gonna have to. T4Jin's gonna have to change his strategy up. He has to keep the gap slow at all times, but beware of those slideys here.
Yeah, because like the whole thing is that Callum's not gonna ever let him in. Like he's just gonna run away until you overextend, and he's just gonna punish you every single time.
Yeah.
So and it's hard because I know you said Iggy's strat was to backdash him.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that's his dad. Can't backdash your dad.
But I mean, because Callum's style is he backdashes and then he slides in to get that pressure, or he comes with a mid. So it's a 50-50 as he runs in. So the best thing to do is try to get him to whiff. And I don't know if T4Jin's backdashing is fast enough to get that.
Who's actually on his backdash level though? Let's just get
no one. Hey? I mean, those legs just.
He's faster than most characters that are in full tilt on their run. Like, you know what I mean? He can out backdash you on your full sprint. That's how quick he is with those backdash. What? Who would have guessed?
And he's gonna do it under the starlight.
Yeah, I like this song. This song's dope.
This one's nice. I like the colors as well. Yeah.
I wonder if he chose like a purple outfit for Eddie. If that's even a thing.
Does he have a purple outfit? Well, he does, doesn't he? That Tekken 3 style. Is that a custom or is that a preset?
No, that's a custom if someone makes their own. But the ninja comes with you everywhere.
Back to the new stage.
He was always here.
But he's got his gold chain and he's going to show him that his capoeira hand is strong.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, he's just going to...
He's back. You're right. 100%.
Oh, you see what I mean? He creates the punish. That movement is way too clean. He's not the backdash king for he's got the backdash title for a reason.
Exactly, yeah. Showing him how the capoeira guys do it.
Oh, no tech. Oh,
very nice. Rage, but not gonna matter. Oh
no! Wait. You know he's dead if he gets hit by a down 4-2 right now.
He's trying to get it. He can hear you, Gas Mask. He's like, I hear the power of the gas man down for it too.
Yeah, the down for 2 just there.
Oh, here we go. Oh, breaks it. Nice.
Nice take on
Tries
that.
it
Tries
again.
again.
This time, normal arm break. Here we go.
He doesn't go for the pull special.
But I think Callum.
I think he
tried to
figured it
break
out. Callum's not taking any throws. I don't want to say anything to be a caster curse, but like, he's literally hasn't checked a single throw.
Ooh. There we go.
Big
Gets
launch.
him in the. Hey, drops it. Goes for the higher level combo, but that's more of a wall carry combo. Yo.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say he didn't even cork yet. That's what I was saying. Like, that was a bit of a waste.
Whoa.
Oh, armors through the
Trying
blue
to
stuff.
armor,
The camera
yeah.
angle. Okay, oh,
Nice. Nice poke.
Once again, the Tekken 4 cameraman is doing his own thing. Just flying around the fight.
Ooh, nice. Gets him with a nice little kick to the
there.
face. Poof! Oh, here we
big
go.
launch.
Full punish.
Oh,
Nice.
gets hit by. Oh, you could have actually gotten more of that.
Really? How would he get more of that?
He was back turned at the end of the combo.
Oh, that's right.
Because
yeah,
he got
you
up
could've
straight
just-
away. Yeah, you can do it. You can do a lot more from that.
But it's not like it mattered. Oh, no, it doesn't block
on the
it.
low.
That's going to take it? Yes, it
You know,
does.
I was gonna say Callum's not taking throws, but it just looks like T4 Jin's not blocking lows. It's like,
Both of these have a serious issue they need to work on, yeah. But
yeah, exactly. This.
and both are
There we go.
abusing it, eh?
Yeah, that's the best part about these guys. Look at this. He's gonna win this whole round with just throws.
Oh!
None of them are. Wait, no take on
Go
that throw
back.
either.
Oh, there's a gas mask uppercut.
Down forward 2 is always there.
Oof. That
the
back
punish.
dashing, man.
Dude, Callum's movement is way too clean, honestly.
It is, yeah.
He's trying to prove why he's in the top 3 at the moment.
Ooh. What's gonna happen? Is Callum gonna
Callum
close
can
this
take
off?
it. He's
Take the
he's not gonna
points?
do a slide. He's not.
Whoa.
Oh, the cancel into demo, man.
Yo, that was some
That is
strat
crazy.
right there. Very
You got
nice.
a double Luigi. No tech.
Double Luigi, exactly. Both these guys want these points really bad. Both need it. Oh
Big
no!
launch.
He's gonna take the full combo there. Here we go. Cork and
These sound effects are next level. The back turn, that combo won't hit.
oh,
I'm just
No,
saying.
it's tied up
Callum's
right now.
damage, Callum's damage he took this round is all throws.
both these guys tied up. He's gonna take it.
The slide hits
What
again.
did I tell you?
Oh,
The
Callum's gonna
slide
take it.
It's Callum taking it 2-1, taking those points,
Yes.
sending the ninjutsu back home. Poof!
Yeah, so he poofed all the way home right there. You know what was so strange about that matchup is that the fact that one player wasn't blocking lows and the other player wasn't taking throws.
Throws, exactly. And both of them picked up on that. It's a shame that they, I mean, he literally abused that slidey a lot, and he was getting him every time with it.
No, because it wasn't just the slide. He would go slide into his getup into a free combo every single time in all 3 sets. Okay, no, not the second set. Second set was a bit of a whitewash.
Yeah,
But it's good
second
to
set
see
was
that. Yeah, I was gonna say it's good to see that like a player was able to like keep up with him on his own stage selection.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. So I mean, that whole matchup came on down to who had the stage advantage.
Yeah, which is crazy. Like, yeah, I was gonna say, which is a little bit crazy because both players are at such a high level where something as small as a stage could affect everything.
Can affect exactly. Yeah, the pokes just weren't enough. I mean, he'd come down low and he would just pull a T4 Jin would try to punish and he'd fail.
Yeah. So, well, it's been your boys, the Demolition Brothers, Mr. Gasmask guy.
And Mr. Production.
Yeah, so
Signing
I hope
out.
everyone stays. Yeah, I was gonna say, hope everyone stays safe and sanitized. And we're gonna throw it back to my other twin, my other brother.
The other brother.
Thank you so very much, casters. Indeed, a wonderful, incredible, aggressive, sensational match coming in from T4 side as well as, of course, Callum, that everybody did expect a game from.
Yeah, that's true, and yep, Callum won the game very efficiently, we can say that. But what the thing is, the time and today it is a good day for Callum, because if we talk about the first game, they chooses a random stage and it was the Infinite Azure, right?
Right,
It was
yes.
the Infinite Azure one, and you know what Callum is thinking? Okay, now it's my stage. I'm going to win the game. I'm going to win the first game, and the same thing happened. But T4 Jin gave him a perfect competition, because he is still just head to head. We can see the head to head competition between these two players. Because if Callum won two rounds in a row, and after that, in a sudden, T4 Jin fight back and also win 2 games games in a row. But suddenly, what Callum do? Every time he thinks that I'm in trouble, he's just going to do some backdash, slide in, do a satellite moon, launch his ball, and he's not going to drop a single combo. That's why he won the first game. Let's talk about the second game. T4 Jin have a chance to change the arena, and yep, he did the same. He just chose the jungle outpost, and it worked out for him because we can see that the damage, the wall damage as well as the normal damage of Paul is very high. It shows that thing because he won 3 rounds in a row. We can see the domination coming from T4 Jin's side. But at the end, right now, Callum lost. He have in mind, okay, I'm just now losing. What I'm going to do is going to choose an infinite stage, and yep, we just saw that he won 2 games, and very good competition coming from T4 Jin's side as well.
Yes, and that does bring us to a very conclusive game coming in from T4 as well as Callum, because before the game started, I was genuinely thinking of the same thing, that yes, T4 better showcase some aggressive plays, some wonderful skills, and that is exactly what he did today. Going up against Callum is of course not easy, but the way he played was beautiful indeed. But on the other side, of course, Callum taking this round away from T4 Jin, and with that, of course, will be the difference on the leaderboard as well. As we move along with the story on the leaderboard, I'm sure Dax, dude, your days on that top of the leaderboard are certainly not going to get well, I don't know, it's just going to get a little tough, I think, because Callum is on his way, so is of course Iggy Daddy and the other players as well.
That's true. Yeah, that's true, and just like Blotter mentioned, Callum just conquered the first position, having 12 points, but you can see he played 5 matches. Dax still played only 3, but we can still see that T4 Jin also played 5 matches, as well as Slider Side. Oh my god, Slider Side also played 5 matches. So these 2 players played 5 matches, but only win 2 games. So we can say about that they still have a chance. They can still go on top, because we can see that the aggression coming from T4 Jin side is very massive. He is just just improving, just showcasing that improvement in his gameplay, and I'm really impressed by his gameplay. And I really want that T4 Jin is going to have a fight with Iggy Daddy. I really want to, when they are going to fight, and I really want that T4 Jin is going to beat Iggy Daddy.
Well, we certainly look forward to the day, but for now, of course, this has been a miraculous escape for, well, of course, there was no escape for Callum because he knew he was probably going to get that victory. But on the other side, of course, T4 getting that wonderful experience, showcasing that he has the skill. And as we move on forth, tomorrow is another wonderful aggressive match that will be indeed Iggy Daddy is coming back in the arena, and he will be going against T-Hawk. So tomorrow, do tune in for that match. But right now, we do reach the end of Tekken 7. Coming right up is going to be Counter-Strike after the short break. Hello and welcome once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV. Certainly hope you are having a wonderful, wonderful Saturday. We are going to get into some aggressive Counter-Strike right now. This is week number 6, day number 2 already. I'm your host, Blotter, joining you from the NS desk. And it is, of course, nobody else but my awesome friend, the incredibly multi-talented. It is Super Johnny.
Yeah, thank you for the warm welcome once again. And like always, Counter-Strike is going to be intense nonetheless.
Oh, yes.
Even yesterday we had an interesting matchup where we saw Online Kingdom pick up their first victory in the Umzansi Esports League. Today we are going to have White Rabbit Gaming and Sinister 5 stepping in the battlegrounds, and this is gonna be a matchup of experienced rosters going up against each other. I mean, if we talk about both these teams, and quite an interesting situation. We I guess are gonna look at the standings before the match starts as well.
Absolutely, we shall. So that just to understand, because we are already in week number 6. So of course they have already played certain number of matches, yes,
yeah,
of course, and thus they have already showcased what sort of a gameplay one should expect from certain teams. For example, DNMK only played 2 matches. That means only 2 maps they have played. All the other teams have information for DNMK only on those 2 maps. Moving on to White Rabbit, they have played 3 games, but the 3 games have been tough for them.
Yeah, 3 games, they have been tough, all of them losses, and things don't get easier for them. The first 3 games that they played were against the strong teams, and today they're going to face another strong team in Sinister 5. Sinister 5, for them, it's going to be an opportunity to just tie up the score lines with Energy Esports. The only thing that's going to separate these 2 teams is going to be the fact that Sinister 5, they do have 1 loss lined up, and also this is going to be the 5th game. On the other side, I guess yesterday was the first day of this week, right?
Right.
And if yesterday was a trendsetter, that should mean that White Rabbit Gaming, I mean, I hope they get the first victory for them and step back into the standings.
Absolutely, that will be wonderful for this team, because after all, this is going to be their 4th game. And on the other side, of course, I mean, it's just 2 sides of the coin, right?
Yeah.
One is Energy, who's on number 1 with, again, 4 matches that they have played. On the other side, on 8th position, is this team going to get into their 4th match. So, of course, there is quite a lot of headroom for this team, and they are going to have to pick up the pace. And certainly, hopefully, today, they will showcase that domination. But all of that is faded away till the time you don't know what map is going to get selected.
I mean, alright, Nuke is going to come in.
Once again.
Have seen Sinister 5 in action on this before, and it is going to be quite interesting to see White Rabbit, how they take on this team of Sinister 5. We talked about them yesterday as well. They like to give away a few rounds to the opponents just to see what the team is coming in with. And with White Rabbit Gaming, I think they are just going to be a little bit too desperate to get the victory, so they have to be careful, they have to pace themselves, and they just have to not let the nerves get to them, because after the 4th game, if they end up losing this one, they are going to be in a really, really bad situation as far as the standings are concerned.
Absolutely, the train, so to say, would have run far away from them so as to be able to catch up to the points. It is going to be tough. But also another thing I do want to talk about when it comes to WRG is the fact that last time when we, or rather a couple of times before or so during their games, I had noticed the synergy amongst the team itself seemed a bit off. I'm not entirely sure if it was those particular days, maybe certain something as far as their setup is concerned for some players, but WRG's synergy amongst the team members themselves felt a bit falling apart compared to their opponent at that particular time, though.
Yeah, let's hope they fix that, because today they go up against a team that has always looked on point as far as the synergy is concerned and the coordination amongst the players are concerned. Also, you talked about train leaving the station. The train was bad, though. Yeah, that was a bad joke. That was a bad joke.
But indeed, this is going to be a sensational match, and as we witnessed yesterday's game, as Johnny did mention, it is one to look forward to, because after all, Nuke, we have seen so many different teams perform on. Sin 5, right off the bat, when Umzansi started off, showcased some wonderful performances, some aggressive plays against 80k, but today, as WRG preps to go against Sin 5, what are we to expect? Hashtag Umzansi, let us know what your thoughts are. Let us know that one player, that one team amongst the entire lot of 8 in Counter-Strike that you guys are supporting and rooting for. Go on into chat as well, wherever you're joining in from. Hashtag Umzansi. And of course, let us know what is your expectation between these two. Johnny, what do you think, mate, when it comes to the final end of this match? What sort of a round are you expecting from both the teams?
I mean, I don't know what
what White Rabbit Gaming are coming in with, because we have sort of not seen them for a while. But
Right.
Sinister 5, the last time they played, I think it was against Energy Esports, and that match ended up in a draw. And it was a draw with a comeback as well from the side of Energy Esports.
Right.
They played wonderfully on that one. So Sinister 5, they have to figure out what went wrong in that one and how Energy actually managed to come up. Energy Esports, talking about them, have had an amazing run so far.
Oh,
and
yes.
it's going to be a tough thing to see who actually ends up putting a loss on the board for them. But Sinister 5, a really good team, as you said, the very first match against ATK. That was a match as well in which ATK did take the initial lead, but Sinister 5, once again, just reading their opponents in the later stages, making an amazing, amazing comeback. And that has been the trend with this team every single time
Right.
they won a game. But can they actually do this time, or is White Rabbit Gaming going to have basically some counter ready for the players of Sinister 5?
Absolutely. Another thing, of course, is going to be, well, as we start off, of course, many a times we've noticed that so many games end up bottlenecking,
Yeah.
mainly because of that economy not going into favor. I mean, we've seen Goliath
Yeah.
at times struggle through that as well. And yesterday also, I mean, another wonderful match. But today, I certainly do hope that when it comes to the economy and the way the rounds structure themselves, hopefully it does end up leading a good progressive fight for both the teams.
I mean, that's just Counter-Strike. Until if you start losing rounds until you reach the max loss bonus, and that keeps going on for you, you are basically gonna be in a really bad situation. And even if you have the max loss bonus, it's gonna be the pressure of you already losing those rounds ahead of time. So it puts you in a bad situation, and you have to wait for the half to end at that point, or try and make a comeback. If you actually do manage to win, like you are playing with a max round bonus, you win 2 rounds, you reset the opponents. Now it's their turn to suffer the losses that they made you suffer in the earlier stages. So the rubber banding does happen from time to time, but that's what makes the game enjoyable. I mean,
That is true as well, but that is only if the rounds are favoring you, mate.
yeah, you have to be.
You better be, yeah.
You have to be a little economical with Counter-Strike.
Right.
You have to think about the money as well, along with the gameplay, along with all the executes, along with the setups on the CT side. You have to think about how much money you have in the round and how you want to play the next round.
Absolutely. With that, of course, let's quickly throw it to our casters and get this game started.
Thank you so much, guys. And Patchy, we are once again seeing a nuke. This time it's going to be Sinister going up against White Rabbit Gaming. So White Rabbit, definitely, as we mentioned, they're looking for that win. They're definitely looking for something to showcase what they have at their disposal. You know, what bag of tricks do they have? What they're ready to show. But now, for Sinister, White Rabbit going into a nuke, what are you expecting? What are you waiting to see?
Well, I mean, first off, wow, surprise, surprise, we're seeing Nuke again. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Honestly, you know, at this point, it's like, if you're looking at purely stats, obviously, White Rabbit, they're looking to be on the back end of this one. You know, it's like they've been struggling recently, but they have been going against the difficult teams. You know, it's not been an easy run for them whatsoever, and they've put up a really good fight so far. So I think, you know, the analyst desk really nailed it on the head when they said that White Rabbit, they may be looking to get some counterplay going, maybe looking to try and just answer back here against Sinister 5. I think Sinister 5, a really strong team. You know, you really have to be respectful of what's going on. You need to be aware of everything that's happening. You know, you really need to have your game plan down and finished, done and dusted if you really want a chance at this one. You know, it's like we've been seeing Nuke quite a lot as well. And what we see a lot of the time is, you know, just the classic sort of back and forth, the momentum really building and then crashing and building and crashing. And I think White Rabbit, if they want to be able to win this one, both of their halves need to be really solid. They need to be able to find their footing quickly. They need to make sure that they can continue that out. You know, we do hear a lot about, you know, letting your opponent win 1 or 2 rounds to get a feel for how they are. So I think, you know, if you can take those 2 rounds and actually make it work for you and maybe carry it a little bit further, build yourself momentum. If you're given free momentum, just take it and go. And if that can happen, maybe you're going to put yourself in a good spot and maybe have a chance at winning.
Absolutely. And I mean, you were talking a little bit about the respect that needs to be there for, you know, Sinister and White Rabbit additionally. I mean, you're talking about players on the side of Sinister like Elusive, Slayer, lately, you know, Zero Chance as well, who has been also popping off in recent days. And then also with the addition of Deviant, all of these players, you know, massive amounts of experience, you know, players that have been in the scene for a long time and have seen it grow and have really actually done quite a bit of themselves to grow the scene additionally. And the same can be said for White Rabbit. You've got players like Zeo, Custom, Narf, Elec, and Turts. all of these players, Sneaks especially, I mean, he's been around for a while as well. So it's interesting to see, these giants in our scene going head to head, and now it's a consideration of, okay, for White Rabbit, this is an important game. This is the first chance that they want to take to get that win. They definitely need it at this point in terms of looking at the rankings. They are a little bit in danger of going into that relegation match. There's still a lot of games that needs to be played, but for that sake of motivation and momentum, they definitely want to get that win. So Sinister, on the other hand, they have had a phenomenal performance. Recently, the results have been left and right, but we've seen some amazing plays from the team. And with White Rabbit, I feel like sometimes they fall a little bit short, but then we get those glimpses of like, oh, okay, whoa, this is why you have to give them respect. This is definitely why you can't bat an eye at what White Rabbit have really in store for their opponents. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen tonight. It's been a little bit of a while since we've seen them. The last time we did see them, they played against ATK, and ATK were absolutely very, very scary. So coming back from a game like that, now going into a game against Sinister, who's also been doing really, really well. And it's interesting to see because, Sinister was the first to actually get that win against ATK. And now you battle it out once again. So let's talk a little bit about sides. On Nuke, what do you favor? CT, T?
That's a difficult question, actually. Especially when it comes up, when it comes to Nuke. A lot of the time, you'll make a choice and say, oh, the T side is stronger, or the CT side is stronger. But I think a lot of it comes down to team preference as well. I think that has a really big part to do with this map in particular, especially. We see it a lot where a team will look really strong and then they'll fall off on the second half on a side that they're not as strong as. And it's like, okay, we've seen you perform amazingly on so many maps. You come into this one, you start off great, and then suddenly we're in the second half and your performance drops off, considerably. And you have to start thinking like, okay, this is not so much a sided map as in T or CT. It's more of a, the team feels more comfortable in the T or the CT. So I think it's really going to come down to whether White Rabbit are feeling comfortable in the CT or the T, and whether, of course, Sun 5 are feeling comfortable in the CT or the T. And I mean, that's going to become evident quite quickly, I think. We'll definitely see who feels comfortable where. And I think the big thing is if the White Rabbit team start off on the side that they're feeling the weakest on. So let's say they start CT side, they're the weakest side on CT. They're like, okay, if they can get themselves through that half, if they can make it to the end with a decent score on the board, they put themselves in probably the best spot they could be in the second half. Because once they have those rounds on the board, they could be like, okay, we've gotten the worst side over and done with. Now we're on our better side where we can really put up performance and we can really step it up. And I think in a game like this, where you're going up against Sin 5, a team who's been doing really, really well lately, I think this is pretty much the time where you want to step up. Where people have the biggest chance to step up is really where we see them shine a lot, where they have the biggest hurdles to overcome. We see them really come out and step up. And I'm really hoping that's what we see. And if that is the case, it'll be really, really great. So I think, we might be in for a nice game.
I'm definitely hoping for it. I mean, Nuke has been such an interesting ride. We've seen so much of Nuke specifically, and let's talk a little bit about the history that we've seen on Nuke so far. So, I mean, often we see, that outside crossfire that they have, with one player into garage, the player towards mouth, and then sometimes they might take a bit of a gamble and send someone towards Sneaky to get, an early frag or two. And so far, especially, I mean, we saw it in that ATK game, we've seen it, with a few of the other teams. If they have a proficient AWPer outside, then my goodness gracious, it becomes a whole different issue. And with the timing that we've seen, from players like Energy, Mango specifically, I remember the amount of times that he was spraying through smoke and getting kills, when they try and cross into that secret position, it really becomes a difficult situation. I mean, utility time and time again has been the focus. Economy, additionally, it has been such a tough fight for a lot of the teams that we've been seeing, trying to just sustain that economy. As a CT specifically is such a difficult position. And with the teams of this caliber, it becomes all that more difficult because one false move, one false decision, because you want to try and take a gamble, catch a round here or two, and it ends up not going the way that you wanted to, leads you to, those couple of rounds that you have to think about saving. And then it's just that steamrolling momentum from the other opponents. So for me, I really do want to see both for White Rabbit and for Sinister really try and take a little bit more of a dynamic stance. Not saying that they haven't been previously, it's just some good game of Counter-Strike that I'm expecting is that they stay dynamic. We don't want to see, that stagnancy is where the CTs are just sitting, not doing anything really, and they're not trying to take the aggression. They're not trying to take a preemptive strike onto the terrorists, because obviously it's a gamble and it's a very scary one. But more oftentimes than not, if you have that structure and you have that sort of set, condition of like, fantastic, we have a player here, we have someone else backing you up. Let's get an early entry, and that's what you want. You want to keep that numbers advantage. So for me, I'm expecting a lot of fights on that outside control. We have seen Sinister, rather favor that inside lobby area towards ramp. Potentially, sometimes, they might do the secret push, but they didn't really do it as much as what I remember. I saw them often, they would try and just stack that lobby area, try and hold that. And my goodness gracious, I think for White Rabbit as well, this is a mountain to climb. Not only is it a chance for them to get that win, but it's also a little bit of a chance for redemption in their previous nuke match. So for me, I definitely do want to see just a little bit of change in their pacing. I feel like they kept the same tempo for a very long time, and ultimately that was their downfall, because the games were just going so fast, and with the aggression and the tempo from the opponents, it became a really difficult time. So with that being said, we'll finally be able to see what we're going to be seeing tonight. White Rabbit and Sinister 5 on for tonight, ready to take it on this game, this map, this nuke that we've seen time and time again. We're going to see it once again. And now, White Rabbit, starting off on the T side, ready to take that tempo we were talking about. Already towards that lobby, we can see some aggression placed here, some good placed aggression, as Sinister 5 are going to take the gamble. They're going to take the push into White Rabbit. Good trades here on either side, leads it to a 4v4 situation immediately. In the first couple of seconds of this round, my goodness gracious, the tempo is insane. And now, White Rabbit, they have to make a decision here. Sinister 5, they've taken some wonderful real estate into that lobby position. So when White Rabbit take this A site, they will be ready for the flank. Bomb gets dropped. Elusive with a nice one tap there. Make that a second. He's just going mad. Slayer's there to back him up, and Deviant finishing it off. So Sinister, as I mentioned, taking that gamble, taking that aggression, and it's working out wonderfully for them. We'll see if this continues, though.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing. We'll see if it continues. Coming to this map, that utility becomes very important. And like you said, it's time and time again, we see very, very crucial plays being made through and of that utility. So that's really what I want to see coming out here for both of these teams. We start off normal pistol rounds. It goes the way of Sin 5. They have the buy up here. So we can expect that they'll probably win this one, or at least have a really good chance at it, considering they have the firepower. But we've seen pistols do some crazy stuff. So maybe White Rabbit can put some damage on the board and potentially get something going here. So already we're seeing some shots now flying in from Sin 5, the hits coming into Spaz and E-Lake, the MP9 doing the spray damage. It's just Custom and Zeo to try and do the damage for White Rabbit here, but I'm not too sure if that's going to be doable. Time obviously working against them, ticking away here. They have to make something happen, and their position is well known at this point. The MP9 just going to go straight in there, tearing through, shots coming in. And now it's just Custom with that deagle, and well, no real damage has been done here. It's not the end of the world, though. This is definitely still, this is the early stages. This is beginnings right here. He's going to go down. Sin 5 will take round 2, but it's not the end of the world, right? So pistol round taken by Sin 5. They pick up the second as well. As soon as White Rabbit get the buy, that's when we can really start to talk about and have a look and see if they can, start making some rounds. Like I said, if this is their weak side, if they can put something on the board, they give themselves a much better chance.
Absolutely. As you said, on paper, there should be another round here for Sinister 5. Winning that initial pistol round, it's just a steamroller momentum. It's those extra second and third possible rounds that you can just take away from your opponents. Now, here we can go. White Rabbit with the tempo, with the pistols, trying to take an early A site here. They need to get the shots, though. Ooh, there we go. Free key goes down. And now White Rabbit trying to get the bomb plant here. Those nades are going to do a little bit of damage as Sinister 5 get ready for this retake. At this point, White Rabbit have already reached their goal. They got the bomb down. They got the money there for the next round. So anything else that happens for the rest of this is just a bonus, and they're looking to hold it. We can see there's 5 players still alive for the side of White Rabbit. They want to get the save round. They want to get an extra bonus. So, since the fight, they need to get the retake. Utility going through. It is a barrage of players on either side as trades are going left, right, and center. It's still in the advantage of White Rabbit, and these Tech 9s are doing the work. Oh my goodness gracious, the defuse was stuck, but it isn't in time. Lately, he's going to get a beautiful 3k to finish off the round, but unfortunately, the defuse is not going to be there. So, that bonus round I was talking about, whatever extra happens, it's just the cherry on top, and White Rabbit are going to take that round. Now that they have the money, it's the buy round.
Yeah, that is so good. I mean, this is really the optimal condition, basically. If you lose the pistol round, like you were saying, that momentum usually carries you, and most of the time, I think the majority of the time, the team that wins that pistol round can usually carry it to 3, unless something goes wrong, unless something bad happens, and that's exactly what happened. White Rabbit were able to take a round, and like you say, they get a hell of a bonus going in there. This is brilliant for them. They can buy up, their economy is looking okay, and I mean, on the T side, the economy is way easier to manage, so if you are able to get that win, shut down the CT side early like this, and get yourself a bonus in cash, I mean, that is amazing. This is a brilliant way for White Rabbit to start out their accumulation of rounds, as it were, putting themselves with 1 to 2, so they are really close to making this even, and I mean, they have the guns to do it as well. The question is, can they go across that line? Can they make the decisions? And I mean, it's really great to see that early sort of bomb plot coming out, the play coming out from these teams, really good. You can see the experience, like you said in the beginning, obviously these players, they're out here. They've been out here, and we can expect some good things from them, and this is a good way to start things out. So yeah, really giving me some good hope going forward into this one, but now the time is ticking. We have 53 seconds left on the clock at the moment. Time is slipping away slowly, and Spaz gonna get his head taken straight off by Elusive there. The clock is now ticking, and time is just of the essence, working against White Rabbit. 0, the last one left, as all the shots come straight through for Sin 5, and really, that was just a matter of time for White Rabbit there. They ran out of the time, they couldn't adjust, and now they've lost their 3rd round over to Sin 5. It's 3-1.
As we see that bonus coming through for White Rabbit. They did that with the pistols, and now finally on their first buy, things just fall apart. Sinister 5, they have the crossfires, they're getting the kills, they're getting the trades. Even if there wasn't a kill there from White Rabbit, they didn't get a chance to, because Sinister 5, they had at least 2 crosses pointed at every single player here. So when that entry happened, well, it got shut down immediately. So unfortunately now for White Rabbit, they're back to the pistols. They have to now make magic work once again with a couple of hand cannons here. So now, I was talking about this. The time spray here from Elusive as he takes down 2 through the smoke. Didn't even see it, but he doesn't need to. The kill feed speaks for itself. And White Rabbit now down 2 players immediately. So on this already back foot of a position that they have, they're even worse at this stage, because now they only have 3 players left against a fully bought up Sinister 5 lineup here. So now we have to wonder, we have to see what White Rabbit can do in the situation. As I said, I mean, this is a save round. They need to get a bit of a bonus here. Potentially drop a gun, save it for the next round, because economy is tight.
Yeah.
We'll just see. Looking closer and closer to the crosses here of Sinister 5, looking for that kill. But it's going to go the way of Sinister 5. Elusive gets his 3rd, and now it's all down to Papaya here in a 1v5. He's good for the kill until lately. But Elusive, that's just another kill in the stats board, really. He's going to finish it off with a 4K.
Yeah, it's definitely not what you want to see, especially after that great shutdown from White Rabbits. It really put them in good stead, and it is just mega unfortunate that they couldn't cling on to that round. And I mean, it really did come down to the time. I think it was round 4 or something. It really came down to the time. I think White Rabbit could have probably done something way, way more impactful, something a lot bigger if they had had the time, but they just couldn't adjust quickly enough. They couldn't really, as soon as they didn't get what they wanted, they didn't know how to respond. I think that's going to be a potential issue if that comes up again. They really need to be a bit quicker on their feet. A lot of teams, they go looking for an opening, and if they can't find it, you need a response, and you need a response immediately, because that time is always working against you. So we'll see if they can make it happen this time. Of course, they've got those AKs on the board for themselves this time around. They've got the armor, they've got the utes also. They can make this happen. Zio just going to have a look there with the friends on outside. Spaz actually going to take down Elusive. That's a big player off the board. They knew Elusive taking the spray through the smoke there the first time around. Well, now he's off the board. Now you could probably make your way across through secret if you want to, or at least fake that if you toss down the grenades and maybe just give over the information, we could be going secret. But once again, that time is ticking away. White Rabbit, they have to pull the trigger on something, and they have to do it now. Elite going to be running out immediately. The shot's coming through. They execute perfectly, and Deviant suddenly the last one left with the FAMAS, and 40 seconds to try and stop the bomb. It's going to go down. The smoke comes in perfectly timed. And now it is on to those post plants. The FAMAS is only good for 1. White Rabbit, this is actually how I was sort of expecting the other round to go that they lost.
It's that swing momentum that we were expecting, and now it's starting to happen though. So for White Rabbit, I'm loving what I'm seeing. They're changing it up. They're having a good control on their tempo, which is what you need. Especially, you need to force the CTs to stay guessing whether they're going to execute, whether they're not going to execute, where they're going to go. And the utility usage here from White Rabbit, I'm seeing it's beautiful. So now, with that individual performance here from all of the players, it might be quite a tough time for Sinister. They are in danger of the reset here, so this is a very important round for them. In addition to that, White Rabbit are looking to get their third round. So let's look at what's happening on the map here. At this point, Sinister, they are choosing to hold that inside control on the A site. Just waiting for it and waiting for White Rabbit to make the mistake here. Ooh, lately just playing around the smoke there, trying to get an early frag. But White Rabbit staying patient and not giving anything away for free, which is beautiful to see at this point. They're still looking for the entry, and lately might be the first to take the kill, but just barely. Papaya backs away, and instead Elec is going to go and take down 2 on the A side. How have you let this happen? Sinister now have let go of this A side, and they might have let go of this round. White Rabbit, 4 players against 2, looking to take their third. Deviant gonna try and get into a better position here with his teammate Slayer to try and take back this round. They're currently mollied off, they're smoked off, they have no points of entry at this point, so White Rabbit will be able to get the bomb down quite safely. And now, I mean, this is a bit of a gamble. It's a 2-on-4 situation, but with the money that they have at their disposal, there's going to be a decision between, do we go for this or do we not? Do we risk it? But as time tells, we can see Sinister, they're not really taking any sort of movement here. Deviant, but Teddy just waiting for his teammate here. And potentially even better, trying to get an exit frag here. Trying to see if they can get a free kill because time's running out. At this point, I don't think it's viable to even go for this. Just save the guns, get off site.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's
quite
definitely
close to the
not
bomb
viable.
here.
I mean, they could potentially jump in for a ninja defuse if they had the thought to, but I think just play it safe, save the guns for now. I have to say though, that round was literally encapsulated by one single thing, and that was Sinister 5 being very distracted, it seemed, because they had the site set up and they were waiting for the push to come through. And as soon as the player gets very aggressive, there was one player, I think it was lately, getting aggressive towards the door. He was going through and he was pushing, and he found one of the White Rabbit players, but he didn't take them down. Suddenly, all Sinister 5 players were looking in that direction, and then Elec was like, alright, cool, I'll just push out now. Elec pushes out, gets all of the frags, they're not looking in their direction, they aren't able to get the trades, and suddenly Sinister 5 are like, oh, snap, we just lost all our side players, now what? So, yeah, that was definitely very interesting. Sinister getting a bit distracted there, almost like, when you're driving down the road and it's like, oh, squirrel! And then everyone's just looking in that direction, and suddenly, everything in front of you is just going absolutely haywire. And now, well, they are relegated to the pistols. They have 2 M4s, of course, on Deviant and Slay, who were able to save them from the previous round. But the question is, are those M4s going to be enough to stop the White Rabbit pusher? You can see Spaz moving down into Secret, just having a look and seeing if there's anyone to meet them at the moment. Custom also moving through outside, slowly but surely, just clearing the angles, making sure everything's good. But now, Sinister 5 do have the information. They have spotted a couple of players now. They are rotating accordingly, lately pushing up here. But can the Deagles do enough? The shot's coming through. Deviant's actually going to win out the trade against CO. The M4 is going to be enough to take down 1. That's going to mean the White Rabbit need to push it back very quickly here with 45 seconds left on the clock. They need to get themselves inside this site. They need to execute quickly. They are prepping those grenades, are prepping those utilities to go in, but they need to find those entries very, very quickly here because the time is running out. We saw the last time the time was running out for them, it didn't go so well. Elec going to be the opening one on towards Elusive, but they need to find so many more. Lots of damage coming down. Spaz moving in through the main doors. He's just going to take it out. The P250 is going to be enough. The shots coming through. Suddenly these Deagles are winning. And the M4 is going to close it out.
What just happened? Just 1 second. I was waiting for White Rabbit to get the bomb down here, but instead Sinister just going absolutely ham, shooting the shots. I mean, beautiful work there, teamwork. I was seeing rifles getting passed on to players who still had higher HP than, say Deviant or whoever else had a rifle at that station. They were constantly just keeping those guns in motion, but also in the hands of players who had higher HP. So with that teamwork and with the shots, my goodness gracious, how do you steal that? Well, there's a perfect example. And now Sinister, with the AWP in the hands of Slayer, this is looking a little bit dangerous here for White Rabbit. But they still have the guns, they still have the utility, they can potentially still take this round. It now is a question of who makes the mistake first, who gets the entry first, and who continues to hold it. So Sinister actually holding a little bit of outside control, so unfortunately for Slay, he's just not going to see anyone at this point. The smoke's doing exactly what they need to do, and White Rabbit are going to manage to get 2 players into secret. And now we need to see what's happening here. Lately, the only player on the B-bomb side to defend it from Spaz and Zeo. Deviant has his back on ramp, but there's 3 players he needs to deal with. He needs to hit the shots, or he needs to fall back onto the side. The flash is good. He's getting a little bit of pressure here, but thankfully his teammate is even quicker. Slayer takes down 2. Deviant ultimately finishing off Alec here, and now Spaz and Zeo, the only 2 players that got into secret, are the only 2 players left here for White Rabbit to clutch it out to try and get that 4th round. They need to find an opening. They're going to rather try and opt for this A site. They've seen 2 players or 3 players towards ramp side, but now bomb still has to be recovered, so pushing through smoke is the only option that they really have, and Freaky is here waiting to take more kills. Looking a little bit hungry for that second kill is Spaz, left alone in a 1v5 situation. All the pressure in the world is on his shoulders at this point because Sinister have managed to take in the bomb. They have it in their control. They have 5 players left alive, and they've got all the time in the world to just play it out. It's 10 seconds left on the clock. White Rabbit's unfortunately not going to be able to get this round. But there is still a little bit of hope. So the money isn't too bad, I'd say, but it's not going to be optimal for a full buy here. It's not going to be the best of buys in any case. But with a little bit of that buffer, there's going to be deagles dropped, and we're going to once again see a deco, which we love to see. It can swing either way at this point, as we've seen before. But Sinister are looking to get a little bit of momentum here, as they might take this round, and depending on what happens, it might be another.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it certainly could be, and I mean, that was actually a really decent push from White Rabbit up towards the ramp. But I mean, just an amazing response from Sinister. Like, that was just so well played. The team play, the support coming through on that ramp position as soon as they saw what was happening was brilliant. And now the opener coming through for Freaky. He's just going to spray them all straight down easily, taking down 3, lately going to collect the 4th. And now Zeo with the deagle. It looks like the deco not really going to be working out for White Rabbit. And I mean, going through that the hut area just really not working out for them. They just got absolutely bottlenecked and they just ran into it. Zeo gonna find 1, but that's all that they're gonna find there. 7 rounds now on the board for Sinister. White Rabbit should have the eco here to buy up, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I feel like that deco could have probably been played a little bit slower and more set up. I think they didn't have to go for a rush straight through hut into the A side. They could have probably played a bit slower and looked for some picks, because I think what was more important than winning or getting a bomb down was just trying to find some damage in towards Sin 5.
Absolutely. We were talking a little bit about that buffer of an economy. They had enough money for, a flash or 2 or a smoke just to help them get into that entry, because it's a bonus round. You're on a save. You're not expected to win it, but at least, do a little bit more damage, or do potentially get the site and get the bomb plant, because you want that extra money. So now look at this. White Rabbit, they get able to buy up, but once again, if they lose this round, it's the danger zone once again. So looking at the money for White Rabbit, these rounds need to start catching up. They need to start closing the gap here between Sinister, which is currently that 4-round lead. And now you can see this. Sinister, they're not distracted anymore. They've already fixed their mistake. So with the aggression, if they do take it, you can see that they're taking their teammates with them. The utility from Sinister, I think at this point, is just a little bit better. And now we're going to have to see if they can fix their mistakes. White Rabbit taking this entry. Elec once again getting the entry with the backup there of Custom. They are finally clearing up the site. They're going to get the bomb down. They still got 4 players left for the rest of this round. And once again, I feel like we've seen this again. Deviant and Slayer on for the retake. With an AWP and an AK, with the money that they have, they could go for it. But it might not be worth it. Potentially just hold it and save it and manage that CT side economy. I mean, it's a 2v4 situation. It is tough as it is. But now, let's just think about the economy. I like what they're doing here. Just don't take any risks. Don't take any unnecessary risks, and just keep the money. So now I think White Rabbit are starting to fix up, a little bit of the mistakes. They once again are just running through fire. So they clearly have, those level 3 boots. They don't feel it. They don't mind. They're just going to take it. But if that continues and the HP keeps trickling down, we can see Deviant just looking for some kills here. He takes down 2. That's quite a bit of damage now on the side of White Rabbit. Like I said, they got the bomb, so economy not too damaged, but it's eventually going to get there.
Yeah. I mean, that one is really great. And I think that round that we just saw there has sort of been the standard of round where White Rabbit takes the win. It just runs in there with the perfect entries. You know, they get the distraction going, they get the executes coming, everything's working. Ilek runs in, gets the openers. The team is there to support. Everyone goes down, and suddenly the site players are all dead. And Sin 5, they have to choose between trying to clutch it out 2v5 or 4 and or save. So I mean, yeah, that's that whatever that formula is right there for White Rabbit, it does seem to be working relatively well. But I mean, we are slowly but surely approaching that second half. I mean, it's on the horizon, it's coming. So the question is this enough to get them to the next half, or is this actually their weaker half? Because that's what we were talking about, you know. Is this the weaker side for White Rabbit? Is this the stronger side for White Rabbit? I guess we'll have a look and see. And of course, the same is true for Sin 5. Is this their strong side or weak side potentially? Or potentially could be good on both of these sides. And what we're really waiting for to see is if White Rabbit can replicate the success they've been having on the A side when Elake just continues to push in, because every time they seem to try to go B, it doesn't really work out. At the moment, though, they have been mating down towards Secret. Elusive is going to open things up, but gets traded out immediately. So this is only 1-for-1, but this might give a bit of information over to Sinister. We'll see if they can operate off of it. White Rabbit slowly making their way up, just clearing out the secret area, but then opting to actually push back up and have a look and see what's going along on the other direction. And that means that Freaky might just come on behind them. He's pushing very aggressively and they haven't checked behind them. But actually a little bit of team damage is going to go down, but some good shots coming through. Freaky's going to be able to take 2 before going down, but it's still a 2v2. Slayer can't hit the shot. That whiff is going to cost him his life, and now Deviant on 14 HP against 2. It's not going to be enough. White Rabbits, they put another round.
That's the second round that we've seen, you know, Sinister taking that aggression, which I love to see. You know, getting that control back. I mean, as soon as you lose one side, fantastic. Get that control back somewhere else and take it away from your opponent. But now, I don't know, you know, with the changes of roster on both sides, it looks like there's a little bit of shakiness with regards to just sometimes, you know, pushing together, holding those angles. Unfortunately, that team damage did all that it needed to do. Deviant was in an impossible situation, a 1v2 with only 14 HP.
Yeah.
What do you do, man? So unfortunately, it's going to go the way of White Rabbit if you're Sinister 5, but for White Rabbit, this is an opportunity. Let's start closing the gap here. Sinister now in danger of that save. So this round is crucial on both sides. For White Rabbit, this is their chance. This is their opportunity, and you'll see if they can seize it. You can see Elusive, the only man on the B-bomb side to hold it for Sinister. Deviant on that ramp position to try and deter White Rabbit, but once again, Alec, the man, the entry, is going to be looking for it, hunting it. He takes down Lately, but he's got his teammate there in Custom, just holding the frags. Deviant is going to be quicker on the rotation. Actually manages to take down the bomb. Does quite a bit of damage, but it's not enough. His teammates are already dead. So it's a bit of a last-ditch effort as White Rabbits take their 6th round, and now this momentum is going to get shifted because Sinister, they're on the save.
Yeah. And this is pretty much just exactly what I was talking about. This is what I wanted to see. When Elake just shows that absolute confidence with the team behind him, everyone's backing them up, everyone's going in and they know what the game plan is. They've got the time on their hands, they've set themselves up, everything's working out, and they just push straight on into the site, and they know exactly how to clean it up, exactly how to take it. The trades are there, and sure, Deviant comes in with a quicker response trying to adapt to what's going on, but it's not quick enough. Like you said, the rest of the team is dead. What can you do? Now some quick movement from White Rabbit down Secret, very, very quick from them actually. They know something's going on, but the P250 from Elusive's going to claim the life of a Papaya, but now Custom's going to fire back on towards Slayer. The AKs should be good enough to take down these rounds, but I mean, this could go either way. We've seen the pistols do some serious damage. At least the bomb goes down. The AKs from Elake is holding the angle. It's going to be good enough to take down Freaky. And now, lately, Deviant and Elusive have to make a decision here. Do they want to push it with just these pistols? The EU tool is coming out from White Rabbit. Everything is there. I mean, this is probably the first time I think that we've seen them execute successfully on towards B, and it was nice and clean. They picked their moment perfectly on the save round for Sinister. They knew they could take it. Everything's going down, and this should be another round for White Rabbit, and that's great to see because that's going to even things out 7-7, and that is huge. I mean, considering how we were approaching this one, we were talking about what are the conditions for White Rabbit to get into this one. I said they need to start their first off strong. This is a brilliant way to start off your first off strong. Like, this is the perfect way to start your first half, like mega strong. 7-7, that's great.
Absolutely. Like we said, we didn't know really, you know, is it White Rabbit's weaker side, is it their stronger side? Either side at this point, they're looking good. If it's Sinister, you know, if they're worrying about their weaker side, their stronger side, it doesn't matter. Both sides have the rounds here, and it's looking so competitive, and I love to see it because this is the kind of CS that we all love to watch. So now with this last round for the half up for grabs, we're going to see who's going to take that advantage, but it's just a one-round advantage, which, as we've seen with these pistols, might not even matter. Oh, look at this Molotov here from Freaky. He's taking 2. Blindly, he gets 2 free kills, and lately going to chime in with a 2k of his own. Ultimately, Zeo trying to spray, trying to get something desperately. But once again, a similar situation. All his teammates are dead. The round is already over. Sinister taking that advantage, and now we see the swap. We now need to understand that for both of these teams, they want the win. Both of them need the points. White Rabbit a little bit more so than Sinister, but this momentum is crucial. Both of them, they want to take this. And as I've mentioned, you know, the roster changes seems to have done well on both sides. I feel like White Rabbit are staying on tempo, you know, they're staying dynamic, and it's beautiful to see. And Sinister, additionally, they have some beautiful players here, and some beautiful players might still be yet to see as we go into our next half.
Yeah. Absolutely, and this is definitely going to give us a nice little insight into that one. Since the 5 were able to adapt in the end of that first half, and they open things out here. Elake going to be taking the first one. Papaya going to find a second before he gets taken down. So already, Sinister finding themselves on the back end of these silenced USPs. Definitely going to be a strong way to start things off. Sin will get the bomb plant, at least, so that's going for them. We'll see if White Rabbit can close things out, though. Custom going to take a shot. Elake does go down, but it's a 3v2. Elusive and Freaky could potentially hold on to this one if they can hold those post plants there. And it comes. Elusive and Freaky hold on easily. And now Spaz is left alone. 1v2. The P250, oh, sorry, the USP is not going to be enough there. Freaky is going to be able to close it out on Spaz, the headshots, and, well, a strong way to open up onto the second half.
A strong and very quick way from both teams. I mean, that was a couple of seconds and then the bomb was already down. So for Sinister, that pace was there. For White Rabbit now, relegated to those pistols, it's an unfortunate round, you know, in terms of them losing that initial advantage, but these decos, I love to see it, and I love to see a lot more of it. So, CT side with the Deagle, I mean, this is the dream, man. Let's see if White Rabbit can get a couple of kills here, if they can swing it around. Sinister, as we've mentioned, they had that advantage. They have those Galils, they have the AK. They're looking good to take it, and now just holding it and waiting. They're expecting White Rabbit to, you know, to be a little bit more aggressive with those pistol rounds, so they're taking their time. They're clearing the angles. They're not going to give anything away for free at this point. The utility is just waiting to take them down. So, Sinister still looking for that opening, trying to figure out where they want to go this time around, because the potential of a stack is possible. And here we go, that outside push is there. But Freaky and Lately are too quick. It's all down to Zero on the outside position to get a kill here to stop Sinister. But the momentum is so good. I say that, Spaz, what a long shot. He takes Freaky down. It's all left to Papaya, unfortunately, as he gets traded. And now there's just way too much pressure at this point. I mean, potentially get a kill here, save a gun, or let's see what they can do. Unfortunately, can't connect the shot, but White Rabbit, they did a bit of damage there. Ultimately, you know, it's a save round, is sort of that throwaway. You can't really expect much, but I was hoping for it. You know, we all love a deco swing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is sort of characteristic of the local leagues to have those deco swings. We see them and we're like, you know, the eco, it's definitely going to be difficult to win. And suddenly, like, the deagles make it look easy, and it's like, what? Wait, what? But I mean, it doesn't happen all the time. It's difficult, you know. I mean, despite the hope that we can have, you know, it's like, oh, these deagles could make it happen. At the end of the day, it is very, very difficult to pull that off. And I mean, we've seen some incredible competition coming out here, some really, really good performances on both sides. And I mean, when it comes to that, when it's so equal, it's very difficult to pull off a one-sided deco. And there we go, Deviant and Elusive opening things up with 2-3 quick kills coming out. Their Custom and Papaya, the last 2 left. Of course, they have those deagles in hand, trying to find something, maybe a bit of damage, but yeah, they're getting mollied off. The util comes through. It's just cornering them, boxing them in. It's going to be difficult. They've been spotted out. Their positions are known, and now it's just a matter of time. There goes Custom, and now it's just Papaya to try and hold on to this one. On the plus side, of course, they should be able to get some buys going off in the next one, and potentially start to get those rounds. And that's what really we started to see White Rabbit come in clutch on the first half. Of course, Papaya now going to go down. 11 rounds on the board for Sinister 5. But now we're going to really see if White Rabbit can clap back on the CT side. This is really the test of White Rabbit on this side to see if they're a little bit shaky, if they were stronger on the previous one, if they're able to hold their own on this one. I mean, I said that the win condition, if this was their weaker side, is going to be that they start off the first half strong. They did a pretty good job. I mean, that was as close as it's going to get. And now they just have to really try and make the next couple of distances, really, if they want to get into it.
And Custom, he's going to be the first to try and do that. He's got the AWP in hand, and he's taking it so aggressively into the scopes thereof lately. Instead, who's going to win it out and take him down immediately. So unfortunately, I was waiting for it because Custom is a big impact player here, and we'll see what he can do, what his teammates can do in his stead. Elec going to be pushed out of position there. Oh, he's good for 2. Swings for the second, but unfortunately there's way too many crosses pointed at his position. And now, within a matter of seconds, White Rabbit down to only one player in the form of Zeo to clutch it out for the 8th round. And unfortunately for him, Deviant is going to be holding his position, waiting to take him down. So Sinister take that 12th round, and I want to just criticize that a little bit. I mean, you finally get enough money to get that buy round. And with that AWP, I mean, I wait for that aggression. I love that CG aggression because it's that confidence play, it's that momentum play, and it's that initial entry. But questionably, running with the AWP, trying to get, you know, an early position there, unfortunately not having really the spawn for it, or who knows what happened. But Sinister at this tempo, I think they're just way too dangerous.
Yeah, I think when it comes to that, you need to have a lot more going for you if you want to make that happen. Now, the aggression actually going to come out once again. This time it pays off, but only is good for 1 free. He gets 2 in return. But, well, now we're left in a 3v3 at least. So the Pistols have done a good bit of damage here for White Rabbits and have upgraded to a Galil and an AK in the hands of Custom and Papaya respectively, which does mean that they have a pretty good chance here. Now, the bomb has been planted and Spaz will be taken down. It's just Custom and Papaya now. Do they save? Do they get this Galil, get this AK and just take it out? It looks like they will be doing that. They're just heading straight off back in towards the spawn over here. The T-spawn will be the place of refuge for them as they're going to hold on to these guns. But yeah, I mean, just going back to what you said about that previous round, you know, when you finally have the chance to pick up the AK, when you finally have that buy-in, you don't get aggressive like that, especially when you don't have the economy to really throw it away. You know, making a risky play like that, you want a little bit more economy, and now Custom getting punished. Papaya might just go down here as well. Nope, finds the head, so at least they get to save the Galil, or sorry, the AK. But yeah, I mean, this is a difficult spot here because White Rabbit essentially threw away that AWP round with a bit of maybe potentially unnecessary aggression there. I mean, like you said, the aggression's great, but in a situation like that, that is a huge risk. And, well, they might have been going for that risky play, but it didn't work out. And now they're on their next buy round, so we'll see if it works out for them.
And this time around, Zeo is going to have the AWP in hand, so we'll see what they do with it this time around. You can see Spaz is there to back him up, so once again, they're taking this aggression. Zeo is going to try and get his secret. He manages to do so unseen. So this is a beautiful bit of real estate that they've managed to capture very early on into this round. We'll see if they can capitalize off of it. However, Sinister, they're taking it slow, so they're waiting for that aggression there from White Rabbit as they've seen it now for 2 rounds, and instead they're going to take some real estate back as they go onto the A side. But Papaya is good for 2. He shuts it down. Deviant eventually does trade it out, but at the cost of his 2 teammates. So the bomb is going to be going down, but now they are on the back foot here. It's a 2v3 situation. White Rabbit looking good to take it if they can get this retake, and there we go. Alec opening it up with the backup of Custom. Beautiful return there, and finally they get the 8th round. So there we go, that round working out. That aggression, great. Getting to a good position, having your teammates to back you up, that's what you need to do. So White Rabbit already fixing prior mistakes, and I'm loving to see it. We'll see if they can continue this now as Sinister look at the money that they have at their disposal. They can still buy up for another 2 rounds, maybe, or another 1 round, depending on how lately gets his money back. But now White Rabbit, they're in a risky position. They need to get these rounds. For Sinister, they have 3 more, and then that's it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving what we see from White Rabbit because, yes, they're taking some L's here and there, but the fact that they're able to adapt so quickly and fix those mistakes and really come back and find those rounds is really great to see. Even if they lose this map here, I definitely think we're seeing a whole another side of White Rabbit where they're really coming and stepping up to that plate like we've been waiting for them to do. So that's really great to see. I'm really liking that, and hopefully they can continue it going. I mean, like you said, this is the round. They need to start continuing to put the rounds on the board. They need to find the shots, and Zeo is going to open it up. That's exactly what they needed to make this so much easier for themselves. 1 minute and 14 seconds left on the clock now. The Utils coming out. They're trying to stop the pushes from this way and that. Now, Ramp Room going to be pushed into, of course, by Sinister. They're looking for any potential openers, pushing through towards the ladder, maybe just having a look and seeing what they can see. Deviant just up here with Slayer to try and look for something going here. Zio, of course, having fallen back down the ramp, giving them a little bit of space to maneuver, but Custom is not giving them any space to maneuver. They will take him out, though, but now they need to really put their foot on the gas because it's 40 seconds left, and it's 2 players, and they're about to be spotted out. Papaya actually just missing the one, but he finds the other. Is Spaz. Elek goes down, Spaz goes down as well, but he's good. Papaya closes things out, and there we go. White Rabbit take another round, and, well, that's a good way to start things out in terms of getting those rounds back. They're putting so much more on the board, and this is giving them such a good chance.
It is, but it's a very risky one because looking at the economy of White Rabbit, it's 1 round loss, and then that's pretty much it. Because Sinister's going to be able to get that 14th round, they're potentially going to be going into that 15th, depending on the money that White Rabbit can accumulate. It's very dangerous waters here, and unfortunately that puts them into a very pressured situation here. They have to make sure that they don't make any mistakes. And I love that moment there from Papaya. He was just trying to figure out what is happening. There's shots and bullets running every single direction. I have no idea where they're coming from. But ultimately, good work there for White Rabbit to close it out. And now Sinister, they're still looking strong at this point. Money is good, so they're going to be able to buy up once again. But they themselves have to start worrying about economy. So now, look at this. A little bit of a slower pace on both sides. Not trying to take any unnecessary risks here, which I love to see. Utility coming through. Sinister looking to make their way into Secret. And, ooh, look at this response here from White Rabbit. They're trying to get the aggression. They're getting the information here. So the players rotating around. Unfortunately, Elek is going to go down there, not looking at the right place at the right time. But Spaz is here to get the information. So now, rotations are going to be coming through here for White Rabbit. They have to understand that this is going to be a B-bomb side take. They need to get into position here. Zio left alone on the site. Spaz is shortly going to be with him, but he needs to get these shots. Oh, he connects it onto Slayer. But there's way too many bullets to deal with. So now, Sinister going to be able to get the bomb down quite safely. Post plants are going to be important here. It's a 4v3 situation, still winnable for White Rabbit. They just need to get these openings. Spaz already in such a good position with that initial kill there from Custom. Oh, but he gets shut down. And now, all of a sudden, it's down to a 2v3 situation. White Rabbit looking to get that advantage, but getting shut down so quickly. Custom there with the low HP can't really be expected to do much, unfortunately. And Papaya now down to a 1v3. He's got crosshairs left, right, and center to worry about. So Sinister managed to take their 14th round. And White Rabbit, with that buy, they should be able to do it this round. But again, it seems to just be the common theme. It's economy, economy, economy.
Oh man, that was heartbreaking, really, because the response from White Rabbit seemed to be coming in quick enough, but then 2 of their players on the back actually got caught out by one of their own nades, couldn't rotate in quick enough, so couldn't come in from the flank, and then that spray had to come and connect. You know, you said those openers need to come through, and as you said that, the spray just couldn't connect, and Sinister were able to just take the kills that they shouldn't have been winning. You know, they capitalized on the 3 kills that they were given, the spray not coming through from White Rabbit, and that just really came back to bite them. And now they're on the back end. Zio going to be taking the back end of a nade. Goes Kobe straight on in towards him. Now it's a 4v5 here. They've got 3 M4s custom relegated to the Deagle against all these AKs here. They're going to have to try and hang on for dear life at the moment, as Sinister are on the precipice of that match point, of course, looking to take it, looking to drive this one home with one final push. White Rabbits have to respond. They have to resist. They have to put up a fight here. Otherwise, it's going to slip out of their grasp once again. And Spaz is going to be the next one to fall. 3 players for White Rabbit to try and respond. 50 seconds left. Elek going to clap back with 1. Slayer does go down, but is it going to be enough to hold on? The bomb is dropped as well. This could be what they needed to hold on to this one. The Sinister players have to rotate quickly now. They have to start finding the fights. They have to start finding those kills. Can they make it happen, though? That is the question. Elek needs to find this one. Is it good? No, it's not going to land. Lately instantly with the headshot. The Deagle finally is able to find one, but the knife just straight around the corner. Spray from Papaya isn't going to connect. He will find Freaky, though. But it's a 1v2 and the bomb is down. Can this happen? 7 HP for Elusive, but Lately's on 78 with 46 for Papaya. Papaya needs to find this one. He needs to win this fight. Ooh, that shot might give the position away. That could give him the information he needs. He rotates around to look for the position, but that bomb's ticking away. He needs to find these two immediately. He needs to push in right now and find these kills. Otherwise, it's going to be immediately done and dusted, and it is lately going to close it out. 15 rounds now for Sinister 5.
Oof, that cheeky knife kill.
Yeah.
We haven't actually seen a lot of them, so it was an interesting one to see. So for Sinister, I mean, that just screams confidence if I'm them, and I don't blame them at this point. They've got a 6-round gap. White Rabbit relegated to pistols to try and stop Sinister from winning. They're already on match point, and all that White Rabbit have in their defense is a couple of deagles and utilities. So, I mean, deagles are a beautiful gun to use, but now they need to hit these Hondigs. They need to hit all the shots if they want to stay in this. Or Slayer's going to be the first to find custom with a clapback there from Elusive. He takes down Zio. Ooh, Alec going to be good to take down Deviant, but the kills are just going left, right, and center in favor of Sinister and Spaz. Unfortunately, I mean, there's way too much to deal with in that. Very, very well played here from Sinister as they take their win, but I just want to say that it's beautiful to see White Rabbit evolve the way that they have. I mean, this is a different side of them that we've seen so far. So, yes, they didn't get the win here, but they're starting to change it up. We can see it. The tempo changes there. The change in roster, the adaptability is increasing, and that's what we're expecting. So, with the games that we have going up, I think we could be seeing a very competitive and a very interesting White Rabbit coming to us shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely, we were looking for a lot of things in this one, and I definitely agree with you that I think we saw a really good step up from White Rabbit. Definitely a great performance. Unfortunately, they couldn't close the gap, but well played to Sinister 5. A really good showing from them, of course, nice and strong, and then they took that GG. So very, very well played from both of these teams. I'm definitely looking forward to the future games coming up from both of these teams, but with that, we will send you guys back to that analyst desk to hear what they have to say about this.
Thank you so very much, casters. Indeed, a very, very good game coming in from the likes of course, I mean, that was expected from Sin 5, but on their side, the way this aggression from Sin 5 was tackled by WRG was definitely beautiful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the first half itself, we saw signs of life from White Rabbit Gaming, and I was expecting the second half to be interesting. But even on the last time we saw Sinister 5 on this map, and every single time we've seen them play, we know how good these players are, especially on the T side. And that's what they showcased today. On the CD side, a little bit mess up here and there, but as Esmery stated this as well, White Rabbit Gaming, the change of pace, I mean, going from being really aggressive to just slowing things down and making Sinister 5 think the decisions of what White Rabbit Gaming was actually going to do, and just putting them in that spot was the thing that allowed them to get the rounds that they actually did in the first half. But from there on, just 2 rounds in the second half, and Sinister 5 just like quite easily closing things out. Also, economy played a big role in this.
Well, that certainly did. I mean, as you had so perfectly mentioned in the pre-game segment, that yes, it is after all going to based on how many rounds are you able to clutch in your favor, but eventually the way the aggression coming in from Sin 5 worked out in that team's favor was put WRG full stop right there. And again, I mean, when you talk about the way WRG tackled that aggression, it was somewhat reminiscent of round 1. Round 1 in the sense, what I'm talking about is the initial few days of Umzansi Esports League itself, wherein you can go back and of course witness all the wards. But when you talk about Sin 5 initial days, going against 80k was one of those matches where indeed it was that aggressive approach, but the way it was all tackled was slow the pace of the game, and slowly and steadily you will be able to tackle Sin 5's aggression.
I mean, that's actually one thing that Sin 5 is actually good at as well. If you remember the game against 80k that we keep referring to, 80k we know like they like to play a fast-paced game, and Sinister 5 was able to slow that down. Today, WRG did use that sort of in a reverse sort of psychological way against them. But towards the end, towards the second half, when Sinister 5 were the ones who were forced to make the plays, they excel at it, and you can't. It's really hard to beat them. So them getting the victory on this one, just moving ahead, taking the first position against Energy Esports. But once again, it's all down to the matches played. Energy Esports 4 games played, 10 points to them. If the next match that they play, they get a victory, they are definitely going to be looking at the first position.
Boy, oh boy, this is getting good. This is getting really good for all these teams because as we move on along, the competition showcased from almost all the teams has been spot on. On the other side, WRG kind of finding it really hard to find that ground, find that base that they could probably stand upon and make that team. You know, there are certain points for individual teams where they know that they can very well, no matter what team they're going against, they will be able to get this many rounds. They tried. WRG certainly tried in today's game, but once again, the momentum, the play, the... What? Sin 5 you're going against is not easy. It's not easy is what I'll say.
It's definitely not easy. I mean, these are the players who are really, really experienced.
Yes.
They know how to play mind games. They know how to tackle mind games as well. And I think one of the teams that actually did come really close to beating them was Energy Esports, and I would love to see that matchup again, or I would love to see some other team either take on Energy Esports or Sinister 5 and just like showcase if these teams can be dominated against.
Absolutely. With that though, with that anticlimactic base, we are gonna leave you hanging right here because we do reach the end of our stream right here. But of course, do not forget to share because after all, you know all the 8 teams that are part of Counter-Strike. You do let us know when it comes to all of these teams. What is that one team that you would want to see? Well, name it. You would want to see ATK go against. You would want to see Sin 5 go against because after all, Goliath Gaming, Energies, the way that leaderboard is turning out to be, it is certainly going to be a grind for the next few weekends wherein, of course, the final decision will be what team will come up on top. As of now, for the first 4-5, it is looking pretty close.
Yeah, it is a pretty close fight, and as the weeks move forward, we're going to find out who actually gets the first position and the teams that are going to be in trouble. I mean, one of them is pretty clear.
Yep, that is so true. With that though, we do reach the end of our stream for the day. We will be back again tomorrow. Of course, do remember Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, the best way to enjoy your weekend is of course with Umzansi Esports League. I've been your host, Baro, joined in with our analyst and caster. It is I, Super Johnny, saying sayonara, take care, stay awesome.